buildings, all this light and heat. Time to take a stand, boys, time to make a choice. Time to find our courage, time to be deployed. Make our only stand here, make our roads complete. All we waited for now, past and future meet. Get your weapons ready, kiss loved ones goodbye. Now our time is coming, and it is not the time to cry. Settle wrong from right. In the time of conflict, when the bullets fly, in the space of seconds, a life you cannot buy. Face the facts before you, face the simple truth. We're hopelessly outnumbered, it's tragic but it's true. Make your last formation, take the final road. Now it's time for endings, now it's time to go. Finally getting underway. Yeah. All right, Arvanauts, what's going on, everyone? Welcome to a Thursday night stream. This is a really special, awesome event, and I'm super excited about it. Welcome, everybody, to March 10th, 2016. And also a special welcome to the Speculate listeners. This is the second joint Twitch channel and Speculate event, and it is involving the game Torment, Tides of Numenora, and some special guests thereby. If you have not already done so, please make sure to tweet out the stream with !CTT. Don't forget to check out my YouTube with !ArvTube, my Steam group with !Steam group, and the Patreon with !ArvTrayon. But with that said, with no further ado, I am very happy to say that I have, and I am currently opening the mic just so that they'll be able to hear me. I am very happy to have several guests with us today, and I'm going to introduce them all to you in just a minute. I do want to say that two of our guests, because we did have some tech issues, are going to have to get out a little bit earlier than normal, but the other guest is going to be with us, which is going to be wonderful. And so I'm going to switch over right now to the window in question. And there we go. And I am now going to unmute them, and now everyone is audible. So here we go, folks. You now see arrayed around your screen, ladies and gentlemen in chat, a wonderful crew of people, and I'm very excited to have all of them here. And I'm going to introduce all of them, starting to the gentleman to the right as you look on the screen. And this is a person who should need no introduction, but I'll do it anyway. To my right is a gentleman who was the creator of the Numenera world, who has worked on numerous role-playing games, who had a minor, he and his company Monte Cook Games might have had a minor Kickstarter that you might have heard of that might have raised $500,000, no big deal, just the way things do. And was also, of course, a consultant for the game Torment, Tides of Numenera, and of course I'm talking about Monte Cook. Monte, thank you for being with us.
Hey, thanks for having me.
And everyone say hi to Monte in chat, please. Over to my left, I'll go left next, is the co-owner of Monte Cook Games and a very gifted and experienced writer in her own right, and is currently working on a source book for the game, and has a very varied and extraordinary career, and also happens to like Ghostbusters, as we discovered earlier today. And that is Shanna Germain. Shanna, hi, how are you?
Good, how are you? Thanks for having me.
Thank you for being with us. And the bottom right of your screen, the right-hand corner, the man with the magnificent beard who we heard earlier on should have a separate cam just for the beard, down in the bottom right. And that is, of course, New York Times #1 bestseller, and author of Name of the Wind and Wise Man's Fear, and several other books and places, and his own sort of Twitch experience, the Fallout experience, as you may have noticed with his World Builders charity a couple of months back. But, of course, I'm talking about Patrick Rothfuss. Pat, thanks for being with us.
Howdy.
And last, my compatriots on Speculate, and I'm talking, of course, about bottom left-hand corner is a author himself with a new series that he's in the process of being published with DAW. Book 2 is coming out this year, and that's Brad Bollier, of course. Hi, Brad.
Hey, everybody.
And finally, last but certainly not least, right down below me, better known in my chat as Capoeirist Mike, and having done a previous one of these when we interviewed Colin McComb and George Zietz from In Exile about this game, Mike Underwood. Mike, my friend, how you doing?
Hey, I'm very glad to be here.
So we are all here, and we are going to have a chance to ask some questions. We're going to try to ask questions initially to the Ghostbuster attending people later, sooner, I should say, to kind of let them out of the way. But hang on, chat, because you'll have a chance at least to ask possibly Pat a couple of questions, hopefully related to this game. Please do not ask him other questions about other subjects, which will be mercilessly banned and purged, okay? Let's try to keep it to the sort of Torment side of the ledger. Monty, I want to start with you, if I could. One of the things that I was thinking quite a bit about in sort of thinking about a game of this sort is that there's a certain feel to the Torment universe, to the Numenera universe, and to me it's strange that it can have a cohesive feel and still be as wide-ranging, I guess you'd say, a world as it actually is. It's not a mashup, and yet anyone who looked at it would say there are elements of multiple different worlds sort of fitting in. And so I guess what I want to ask you to start out is, as you were sort of constructing the world of Numenera, what was sort of in your mind about a sort of governing principle? Did you have an organizing principle that you thought, here are the things that I need to consider as this world is coming together and writing about them? Or I guess I'm wondering how organic / structured was the process of putting it together?
Well, so certainly one of those kind of foundation principles was the idea that this is a world where people regard technology as magic. Mm-hmm. And so that all by itself kind of dictated a lot of things. And what I mean by that is it had to be a world where the technology was so advanced and so weird that it didn't seem familiar. Mm-hmm. And in order for that to work, it needed to not seem familiar to us as well as the people who actually live in this fictional world. So, we have a whole big long list of things that, you don't have in the Numenera world, right? You don't have something that's obviously a gun or a car, right, or a cell phone, right? And those kinds of things, helped shape the world as far as, how people interact with the world. It meant, because there's all this crazy high technology left over from the prior worlds, that meant that it's a dangerous world, which probably means there isn't a lot of travel. means people kind of stay at home, which makes there's a lot of mystery in the world, because you don't know what's on the other side of that hill, because no one's ever gone over there. At least they haven't come back if they did, right?
Right.
And so that one principle kind of informed a lot of things.
So I'm curious then, one more follow-up to you, and then I want to ask something to Shanna, but did you get sort of the scenario when you're working on either licensing agreements or something like that, and you're having to consult with other people who are going to realize your vision in another medium? And I know you did work on Planescape, so you went through this with Planescape Torment also, but when you're trying to do all of that, is there sort of a, people come to you and they're like, can I do this? And you're like, that doesn't work. I mean, I'm curious what the line is where they say, but this would be awesome. And you're like, it is, but not awesome here in this world. I'm wondering how you make those decisions.
Ultimately, the difficult part of it is that ultimately a lot of that is gut. And it's just, I'm fortunate enough that the main designer of Torment is Colin McComb, who Colin and I go back to 1994. I think we've known each other. We worked at TSR together.
Yeah.
We worked at Planescape together. We know each other really well, good friends, and so it was very easy for me to sort of mentally download that kind of gut feeling to Colin in just a few short meetings. And now I totally trust him. He totally knows what he's doing and what Numenera is and isn't. And that's the funny thing. It often more comes down to what Numenera isn't than what Numenera is.
Sure, I can imagine.
Because it can incorporate so much, but there's a few things that it sort of can't.
Hey, that's interesting. And yeah, I like the idea of what it isn't, actually. Well, Shanna, it's fallen to you to be able to produce a source book of all of this. So I'm sure that's no big deal. Just, put it all together in a source book.
Yeah.
So how do you go about, I mean, the source book thing in general must be a difficult process, but how do you go about sort of, comprising a combined list of what Numenera is and isn't? I mean, I know you have the world's authority on it right near you here, but still, I mean, what are your governing principles as you're putting together a book like that?
Well, for me, actually, because I was the editor of Numenera, I was really steeped in the world, and to the point where I don't know it as well as Monte, but probably pretty close.
Mm-hmm.
And so for starting this book, my process was to immerse myself as deeply as I could into the game aspect of it. And so I played the beta pretty extensively. I read all the documents. I read all the novellas. I just sort of read everything I could get my hands on that they had created. And of course, we were reading it for approval through the whole process, so we were familiar with it. And as Monte said, they were very close to our vision, and very rarely did we have to say, we need to tweak this, and here's why.
Mm.
So there was just sort of this time of immersion, which is kind of how I write anyway. I sort of sponge and jack pie and steal everything I possibly can, and then I kind of spit it all out. So I went through that big process, and now it's a matter of taking all this stuff that they have in this computer game and figuring out how it's going to be awesome at the tabletop. And so that's sort of part 2 of that, is taking those things and then saying, okay, so how does this translate over? How would this be great at the table? What tweaks do we have to make to keep the essence of the computer game, but make it work?
And so then the $1 million question: how do you do that? How is it good when it gets to the tabletop?
The way to do that, I think, is to keep the emotional truth of the thing and not worry so much about the mechanical truth of the thing. And so, there are places that, for example, in the game are so close to our world and they work really well. But the question is, how do I make this interesting and intriguing to the players? And so adding a little bit of extra mystery, going a little bit deeper, we call that microscoping, where you just sort of narrow into a place and really give a lot of cool details and exciting possibilities, I think is the difference. Because in a computer game, no matter how wide the computer game is, you're still constrained, right? It's choices, it's a computer.
Sure.
But at the tabletop, you want to be able to do anything. And so by giving people more options, more paths to go down, I think is one of the big ways that we're just kind of, we're making it more open, because the GM isn't constrained by that at all.
Yeah, that's really interesting. And every time I hear people talk about this world, something comes up about feeling, emotion, sense. There's very little sort of intellectualizing about it, and very much more sort of feeling about it. I don't know if Pat will remember this discussion, but at one of the conventions, it was either Gen Con or Origins, we were walking through this hotel lobby after having had dinner with a group of people, and he and I just randomly fell into a conversation about how much we love Planescape Torment. And the people who had not played were all kind of looking at us and were like, oh yeah, and then this thing with the floating skull and the flaming guy and the da-da-da-da. And it was very much sort of a kind of like a reunion of sorts, even though we had not played, together, obviously, back when the game first came out. But there's a feel, I think, to it that everyone talks about with this world. I'd love to follow up with Pat on that, but I want to give my compatriots a chance to ask Monty and Shanna some questions before they have to go. So, Brad, let me throw it over to you for a couple.
Sure. So I'll pick up one that you let go nicely for me, Greg, and ask Monty, what is Numenera not?
To be really blunt, Numenera is not Star Wars. It is not Star Trek. It is not cyberpunk. It is not steampunk. And I use all those examples because those are the kinds of things that I see people wanting to kind of mash into Numenera, right? They want to have blasters or, whatever, right? And I mean, you can certainly have something that, fires a ray of energy that is a dangerous weapon, but it's not going to look, a blaster ultimately just looks exactly like a gun, right? And part of the immersion, part of the thrill of Numenera is, when you're playing the game, you find some new thing. And you can't just look at it and say, okay, I know what this is, right? You have to test it. You have to figure it out. You have to really kind of use your imagination and figure out what this is. And what's really fun is sometimes you figure out a way to use it, but you are pretty sure that's not really what it was originally meant to be, right? Which is kind of that fun sort of post-apocalyptic kind of thing where, well, this used to be, the power, generator for some kind of hovercraft, but I'm good, I've jury-rigged it, so now it's a blaster, right?
Okay, yeah. So one of the things I was curious about with respect to the creation of the world and how that related to what you had planned for it. Obviously, you were planning on, the game itself, and well, you tell me if that's true or not. Did this start out as, you thinking it was going to be RPG only? Was it going to be more than that right from the get-go? What is the genesis of Numenera?
The genesis of Numenera is, a long time ago, I thought that this would be a really cool idea for a setting. And then I got hired by TSR, and the idea got put on a back shelf for literally about 20 years.
Oh, wow.
And then I pulled it out again when I had the opportunity. And, very, very modest expectations. It's not a typical world, right? Because it's not quite fantasy, it's not quite science fiction, and so I really thought that the audience was going to be pretty limited, which is one of the reasons why we used Kickstarter, because in addition to all the other things that Kickstarter does, Kickstarter is a great sort of market research tool, right? If you put something out there and it doesn't fund, you've just saved yourself a lot of money and headache, putting on, because otherwise, if you just sink all your own money into it and then it doesn't sell, you're in trouble.
Yeah, when I look at a project like this, I'm coming at this largely from a writer's perspective and looking at what would it be like to create a game, and I've dabbled in that in the past, but it seems like you have to strike a balance somehow, or there's maybe this two ends of a spectrum. When you're writing fiction, maybe you're not worried so much about how that might be applied to a game. And in fact, many pieces of fiction would not lend themselves to a game very, very easily. Whereas if you're starting with the game, you have to worry about how people are going to play it, how people are going to use it. You have to maybe think about other media that it's going to be in eventually. Was that on your mind as you started to develop this and get ready for the Kickstarter and go wide? Did that affect the game creation, I guess, kind of digging into the design side a little bit?
Like I said, the expectations were very modest. But I've been doing this a long time, so the creation of the setting and the game system and everything was something that I had done before, and so I had some experience with that. Maybe we were thinking, in my sort of loftiest of hopes that there might be like some fiction, and in fact we created some short fiction and put it right in the game itself. But ultimately, all the decisions that went into the game were focused entirely on the tabletop game experience, and the fact that it is able to be extrapolated out into other medium is happy, but it was not necessarily the original intent.
Right.
I heard this fantastic. This little thing, and I think it's a wonderful analogy. It's this little bit of lore, right? It's this idea that in ancient times they didn't have maps like we think of maps, right? Where it shows an accurate representation of the coastline of France, right? Maps were just, how do you get from this city to Paris, right? And that's all the map was, because that's all you needed, right? That's all you cared about, was how to get from here to there. And for me, that's the way you world build with fiction, right? Your characters are just going from here to there, and so I need to know what the world is like there. But when you design something for a game, you need the whole actual map, right? Because you don't know where everyone's going to go.
Yeah.
Someone might hug the coastline. You have to portray the world, as accurately as you can from every possible angle. And so that's what we try to do with Numenera, while still giving people room to create new stuff.
That's a great analogy. Yeah, I love that. Well, let me switch over to Shanna. As I understand it, Shanna, you are working on 3 different things right now for Monte Cook Games. The Poison Eater is one, the novel, and then a source book for Torment, Tides of Numenera, I should say, and then the setting for I forget what it's called, the dinosaur one. Give us just a taste of those 3 projects, and then I'll ask you something else about them.
So I like to have a lot of sort of things happening all at once. That's kind of how my writer brain works best. And so each of these projects is in a really different space. So I'm finishing up the Torment source book, which is a heavily a setting book that explores all the regions of the Torment game, with some additional character stuff and some adventures that kind of follow along the story of the game itself. And then you're right, I'm working on the Poison Eater, and I'm currently writing the first draft, and that's a Numenera novel as well. And then the last book that I'm working on is called Predation, which I'm really just in that like shower concept idea where I'm like, oh my God, that would be the best place. That's the best group I've ever, where I'm just sort of jotting ideas in this notebook. And I like having 3 different projects at those 3 different stages. If they were all at the same stage, I would just be dead right now. And so it allows me to switch back and forth when I get stuck.
Well, that's good. And by the way, people can get the first chapter of that
for free, yeah.
And you put the link on your site, which is shannagermain.com.
Yes, that's correct.
So if anybody, what do you call Twitchers, Greg? Are they Twitchies? Are they Twitch heads?
You could call streamers, casters, viewers, people.
People. That's crazy talk. All right, so Shanna, what I wanted to ask you, I'm going to ask you 2 questions, but they're related. So the first is, how those 3 projects, you already touched on it, how do they feed you as a creator? What sort of benefits do you get by working on those different things, and does one feed the other better than the third one does, that sort of thing? And then in a second, I'll ask you, how do they compete, if at all?
So those are really, those are really good questions. So for me, I like research. I really like my ideal process is to take as many different things as I can and find the spaces between them. And so like I have all these disparate ideas and thoughts and music and books and things I'm reading and pictures, and I like to mush them together and then see sort of where the cracks form. And so that's kind of my gathering process. And so to have one project where I'm always in that gathering process is great for me because it's like my mind doesn't know what to do if it doesn't have this sort of place to focus it. So right now I'm like dinosaurs, guns, high tech, time travel, and it's all going into sort of this stew pot. And so what that actually allows me to do is to stop having new ideas for the book that has all the ideas and that I need to finish writing. And so for that book, like I need to be at the place where I'm crafting it, and I need to stop having ideas for it in order to hit my deadlines. And it has all the ideas that it needs. I just need to finish sort of fleshing them out. And so it allows me to put all this stuff in the stew pot while I'm working on this other project. And then the fiction book for me is very different because it's a very different. I don't even actually know how to describe how different of a sort of brain space that is. But I think it has a lot to do with the difference between creating for the table and creating for the reader, which is creating for the table, all I need to create are settings and characters and the opportunities for them to do something amazing. And for fiction, I need to do the amazing thing on the paper and allow them to travel with me. And so those are very different parts of my brain. And so working on both of them actually kind of keeps me on the rails for each book so that I'm not tempted to kind of start making fiction. Like Monte, who edited some of my early game design stuff, is like, okay, you need to put your fiction writer aside for a while and focus. And so having one of each, kind of keeps me, I continually keep adjusting that.
And I guess that answers some of how they compete. Do they block you in any way? Do they compete in any other way? Do you ever find yourself, roadblocked by one and because of something you're working on another project?
No, I don't really have I don't really get sort of writer's block or stopped. What I get is this space where I am scared. And at that point, if I'm scared, what I need to do is be successful on something else. And so like, if I get to the place in the novel, which for me is exactly at 3/4 done, that's a very scary place. I think the whole thing's awful. I'm going to start over. What I need to do is go do something else that I can succeed at. And so having this, predation where I'm just thinking of crazy cool dinosaurs allows me to sort of buoy my ego back to where it needs to be to go do the hard thing. So actually they don't compete at all. They're very, very important to allow me to continue to work at the pace that I need to work at.
So your advice is to have 3 projects going at all times. Shauna said.
Oh, that's going to come back to me.
Over to you, Mike.
Yeah, before Mike starts, I do want to say to everybody, just for people who are coming in, welcome to this Twitch stream. This is a joint Speculate and Twitch stream appearance with a number of people who are responsible for Numenera, and of which this game that you guys are looking at, Torment, Tides of Numenera, is connected. And that, of course, is Monte Cook, who's in the top right-hand corner. Shanna Germain, co-owner of Monte Cook Games, that's in the top left-hand corner. Patrick Rothfuss, who we're going to speak to in just a bit, I promise, bottom right-hand corner, who's one of the writers on this as well, and then my compatriots Brad Bollier and Mike Underwood, bottom left and bottom middle respectively. So sorry, Mike, after you.
Yeah, that's fine. So I want to throw this back to Monte and then to Shauna, and then I want to try and tie it into Pat, so I'll see if I can make this all work. Something I've become more focused on, because I have an academic background looking at tabletop RPGs and coming back into looking at it, Numenera and others, I'm really interested in where the pedal meets the pavement in terms of mechanical and Ludos design to get and to help players produce a certain set of feelings or a certain play agenda or certain aesthetics. So I wondered if you could talk about how the game is designed mechanically in a way that gestures toward the play or the type of fun that you're expecting the players will have.
Compared to games that I have worked on in the past, the rule set behind Numenera is what some people would term rules light. I'm not a huge fan of that particular term, but it works. And it is specifically designed to encourage an extremely narrative, story-based experience. And so the mechanical ways in which we do that is almost entirely, well, I guess there's two things, but the main one I think is we make things a lot easier on the game master, right? Because I sort of have identified that the key to having a really great tabletop gaming experience is having a really great game master, and so empowering that person as much as we can helps us a lot. And so, for example, the rule set takes dice rolling away from from the game master. You don't have to roll dice and consult charts and do math in your head and all that stuff. All of that sort of weight is put on the players, and there are things built into the game system, which are the kinds of things that people do a lot in gaming anyway, like. Well, there's a thing called a GM intrusion in Numenera, where the GM can at any time just say, okay, here's a plot complication, right? Here's something you weren't expecting to have happen. And when that happens, the players get experience points. It is a mechanical aspect to the game, but really what it's there for is to encourage that kind of story crafting, right? Because if you're the game master, you're sitting there thinking, oh, you know what would be really cool if it happened right now. And in lots of games, there is no way that you can sort of, quote unquote, fairly do that. So I wanted to make it so that that is just part of the game. The game master has that power. On the other side, though, the players have a great deal of authority over their own character. We have a mechanic called effort, where you as the player can decide this task is much more important to me than the last one was. I'm going to use effort on this one. And it's a limited resource that you have in the game, but it allows you to sort of say, this is what is important to me. I'm going to focus on this. And so I think by giving sort of both the game master and the players more authority, the game encourages. My friend Bruce Cordell talks about how there are certain games that you play like this, right? Where you're looking down at your character sheet, you're looking down at a book,
That's
right?
true.
And you're playing like this, right? I wanted Numenera to be a game that you played like this, right? Where you're actually looking at the other human beings at the table, right? You're interacting. There's a lot more dialogue and conversation and cooperation and interaction in a game like that. And that's the game I wanted to create.
Cool. And so, Shanna, as you're working on the supplements directly or on the mechanics, or as you're working with the other folks contributing, how do you keep that kind of looking up rather than looking down, and maybe the other principles of Numenera in play in the way that you're putting all this material together, mechanical and flavor and setting?
Sorry.
It shows you what he thought of the question. So, really,
Seattle Gremlins.
she thought of the question.
It's interesting because the Torment team did such a good job of moving those mechanics into the computer game. So like effort is there, and so like I was actually just playing a couple days ago, and I was like, I'm gonna die. I need to really try harder on this. And so so in some ways, at least for this book in particular, the mechanics are done. And they really just did such a beautiful job of not emulating it exactly, but emulating the sort of essence of it in a way that works on the computer game. And so for me, it's actually a really easy transition between those two. And I think that, we're looking at some of the character options that they include in the game and figuring out ways to tweak those back to the table. And for me, the whole essence of it is creating characters that you can really engage with, characters that you fall in love with. And so a lot of that is just not making extra rules at this point, because the base system is so solid that I think the instinct is to start making rules for everything else. Oh, well, my character wants to do this. Oh, well, we need to and in truth, like that's where I find myself kind of just stepping back and saying, this doesn't need a rule. And I think some people find that difficult. They want to be told exactly how to do the thing. They find that space a little scary. And so as a writer, I need to make sure that I don't also find that space scary and step into it by accident.
Right. Okay. So moving over to Pat, with these design elements and the kind of implementation, there's a lot of material maybe from a different medium. How do you kind of dive into that material and find a way to add your own voice so that, in the material you're creating for Torment Tides of Numenera, it feels like you have space to be creative within that, but you're following from what's been created both mechanically and narratively?
It's relatively easy for me because I for one, speaking of like freeing the GM from the rules, right? It's like I have no control over the design mechanics of the game,
Right.
so I don't have to worry about that at all. It's kind of nice. Moving from, being the prime authority, the one who does all the writing and all revising and all the world building, to the person who isn't in charge of the story, like really in any way. All I'm really in charge of is my companion character, and then portraying the world as it exists, and maybe hopefully adding a few things to the world that are cool. But no, I didn't end up having to worry about that so much. I do think it's interesting what Monty said about effectively freeing the GM, from having to do a bunch of stuff. If you connect that with now I'm paralyzed with fear to say your name because I already said I was going to screw it up. Oh no!
Think of fauna.
Shauna. Did I get it right? Okay, good. I apologize before the podcast even started here that I might screw up her name. Where you mentioned that some GMs kind of cling to the rules. The rules provide a framework within which they are comfortable operating.
Right.
I've seen that so many times where some players want to like nothing more than to look around the table and talk and do these things. But for some, and it's almost like the gamer versions of being introvert or extrovert. The gamer extroverts want to role play. The gamer introverts want a game, and sometimes that can make for a wonderful mix, and sometimes it can make for a jinky one. Working on this, my primary focus has been how can I do as much good narrative stuff as possible, working in this new media, being faithful to the world, and taking advantage of the mechanics available in a game. Where what can be a really awful, clunky slider where it's like you interact with a companion character, and the horrible example I always use is like, talk to this NPC 4 times and like just avoid jamming your thumb in their eye, and now you get to be in a relationship. Like this particular character that I'm writing, I kind of like, she's gonna be kind of moody. She's gonna be like emotionally fragile at times, and and if you're snarky at her, it's really gonna hurt her feelings, and like maybe continue to damage your relationship with her to the point where like you just can't have a good relationship with her anymore. And so that's what I'm thinking of. Like, how can I make good use of these relatively simple mechanics to good narrative effect?
Right.
That's interesting. I know that you guys have a hard cap of time, Monty and Shanna in particular. So I want to just jump in quickly and say, first of all, I want to confirm you guys do have. I'm not kicking you out, but you do have to head out, or
we have maybe like 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Okay. All right. So Mike, I don't know if you have one that you want to throw their way quickly, and then Pat has generously consented to be on a little bit longer, so that these folks can go do their thing. But Mike, you have one more for them?
Sure. So for players who are coming in and they're familiar with Numenera, what do you think they're going to be most excited to see in the video game?
I think they're just going to... I think they're going to be thrilled with the same thing that I've been thrilled about, which is just seeing a gorgeous visual representation of the thing that's only existed in their heads. It is a beautiful game. It is immersive. and the story is fantastic and is compelling enough to bring you along and take you to all these really cool places that have been designed. But I said at the beginning, right, that the pretty much the foundation idea is this, weird world that feels like fantasy, but it's actually science fiction because the technology feels like magic. It is that is on the screen pretty much every single moment you're playing the game, and that's really cool.
Awesome. And for you, Shauna?
Yeah, I think all of those things, and for me in particular, the story. And one of the things that new players to Numenera sometimes struggle with is it's so weird that they aren't sure where, they don't have a sense of footing. And so it's the GM's responsibility in that case, right, to give them a sense of footing and to make sure they feel really solid. And in this way, the game is so good at sort of guiding you because you start out in this place where everything's weird and you don't know anything. And you learn more and more, and you come along the story, and you get involved with all these, like Patrick's, you get involved with all these characters, these companions that go with you or don't go with you, depending on how you treat them. And so for me, it's just this beautiful story, and it gives you a real sense of what the game is like to play at the table. And so the way in which those two cross over makes me really, really happy.
Yeah, those are great kind of intersection principles, and it's something that's been really impressive about the Numenera kind of property is that it's finding these lives and homes and focusing lenses. Game, and there's some fiction, and the card game that was kickstarted, and that just the kind of world that if I were 12 when Numenera came out, I would just be like, all Numenera, all the time
All
for
the
10
time.
years.
Let me ask one last one, Monty, just before I let you both go. Because it was triggered in me when you talked about seeing this beautiful visual world. Part of this may be answered because you said you have a trust relationship with Colin and you know the folks that are working with you on this, and so you're comfortable with them. But I'm curious if I was thinking about what Shauna said about this world that's available in the tabletop where you can do anything as opposed to the natural constraints of a game. Do you feel as if it's possible to convey, maybe this is an obvious answer, but I just want you to expound on it, a world as broad and as, I know there's a lot of things that it's not, but it is still a lot of things that it is, in a video game format? Do you feel comfortable that they've done it here? Was there a part of you that was like, man, but it's never going to be as amazing as what the imagination gives us? Or were you able to get past that somehow?
Well, okay, so I'm horribly biased, right? I am a tabletop RPG game designer, and so I'm also a huge game player, of computer games. But I'm always going to find that the tabletop experience has got advantages that the video game just doesn't, right? And first and foremost, that's an actual living, breathing human being, on the other side of the table who you're interacting with, who can deal with whatever crazy idea you come up with, right? They can deal with that. It's not even if you have this really dynamic game where you have 16 choices, right? The number of choices on tabletop is infinite.
Right.
And so I'm letting my biases show, but I'm always going to prefer the tabletop experience. That said, partially because it is following in the legacy of Planescape Torment, where it is this game that isn't shy about using text and describing things and having the sort of the immersive quality that the Planescape game did. This game is going to come, I think, as close as it's even possible to come in creating the tabletop experience or replicating the tabletop experience, because it's just so damn immersive.
Shauna, you agree from your perspective?
I do, and I think one of the reasons that it works so well is because, as we were saying earlier, the ninth world of Numenera is so disparate and so weird, and so there isn't a lot of cohesion. And so the fact that they chose one particular place and really drilled down allows them to showcase that place with all this beauty and breadth and imagination, and yet, of course, they can't show the whole world. And so I think that really it's just such a beautiful example of what you could have, that I think it starts as a jumping place for the imagination rather than trying to encapsulate the whole thing. And it does that really, really well, I think.
And so it could theoretically, like Mike would have been at 12, people could go from this and become all Numenor all the time. Maybe if they enter it through the computer realm, you'd like to see them go to your tabletop things, or vice versa, I assume. I mean, you'd like to have them move with all of the different aspects of your universe, yes?
We would like everyone to be all Numenera all the time.
I know. What a shock. I want to let you guys go because you've been more than generous with your time. And again, we're sorry about the tech problems early on. Pat is going to stay with us, but Monte Cook and Shanna Germain, this has been a really, really enjoyable chat and a chance for a bunch of writers to all talk about awesome things relating to writing, which is always good as well. But thank you both very, very much for being with us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. It's been a lot of fun.
Thank you for having us. We're sorry that the Ghostbusters showing.
As I say, it's
You'll be having
Ghostbusters.
fun.
Yeah, I mean, thanks a lot, guys, so much.
Thanks, guys.
Thank
Bye.
you for having us.
Thanks, guys.
Bye-bye. Okay. So both of them are out, and chat, I'm just going to take one moment. And actually, while I'm recapturing everyone's window, and then chat, I will give you a chance to ask a question or two of Pat. Again, focused on this, please, as I said. But I do, Pat, while I'm sort of recapturing this, I want to ask you about that because you're a person, obviously, who spent an enormous amount of time, and you said it before, on world building as the guy who was responsible for putting it all together within your own universe. And I'm wondering, but I also know that you were a big computer game guy too, and did a lot of that also. So I'm wondering if you could talk about that, and I want to ask the question a little bit of a different way. We all love writing, so we all know that's awesome and great. Are there things you think that can be done in a computer game environment? And maybe this is related to the writing of the characters in that environment, or maybe not. Are there storytelling things specifically you think that games can do, computer games specifically, that other mediums can't do? Or not?
Oh, sure. Absolutely. Just anytime you have another medium, you have, different rules of storytelling. And once you have different rules of storytelling, you have, different potentials, different strengths and weaknesses. Even two mediums that are like so close together, like, yeah, and I'm trying to think of two that are really close together. Probably as close together as you could come would be the difference between a novel and a choose your own adventure book.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
And those two things are so close that a lot of people would say, it's pretty much the same. The difference, of course, is that you actually don't have choice, when you're reading a novel. And so, there's probably in some ways more similarities between a choose your own adventure novel and a computer game than there is just a novel and a computer game. Mm-hmm. And it's almost, you could probably plot it all on some big n-dimensional axis, where one spectrum is freedom of choice, like choice of the direction of the narrative, starting over here with novel, where really you have engagement and interpretation, but largely you have no real, with a few notable exceptions, even in the novel, you don't have much choice as to where the plot or the story is going.
Right.
And then you go all the way over here to improv comedy, where like as or improvisational storytelling with other people, where it's nothing but choice, in a lot of ways. And then you take a step back to tabletop role-playing games, and then you take a step back. Well, and then honestly, I've played computer games that have given me less choice than a choose-your-own-adventure novel.
Uh-huh.
And sometimes that's fine, because Portal was always going to have one story, and it was an amazingly engaging story.
Right.
But yeah, I absolutely do think that there are things that video games can do that computer games, can do that just aren't possible in other places.
And if I may follow up on that, since I said I was going to ask you about this before this conversation you and I had, what then was it the storytelling? Was it the characters? Can you talk a little bit for the Twitch folks to explain a little bit about what so enamored you of Planescape Torment when you played that game, these many years ago.
It was many years ago,
Yeah.
but the fact that, like, if I was to pick out, my 10 best favorite games of all time, Planescape would absolutely be on there, despite the fact that I played it 15 years ago,
Yep.
maybe a little more. But and then the question is, if I was going to name my top 5 narrative experiences, it would probably be in my top 5 like interactive narrative computer games too.
Okay.
And it's probably like Fallout's, the original Fallout's.
Yep.
And then Planescape, where and what was it about there? Part of me is afraid to go back and play it again. That it might not be as good as I remember it.
Mm-hmm.
But I remember having an extraordinary freedom of choice, or an exceptionally crafted illusion of freedom of choice, which is effectively the same thing.
Sure.
And like you created a character, and your character could change its path. It was in the D&D system, but like you could, like, you started as this blank slate. You went around discovering parts of yourself, but what you were discovering is what you kind of wanted what you wanted to be.
Yep.
And that's just a brilliant concept. I remember, and it was at once a very personal story, but at the same time, it was a very, like, powerful story. One of the cool things about tabletop role playing is, and especially when you're young and you're playing D&D, we all want to have like a super freaking powerful character, right? That's one of the things that I think we all kind of start out as in our role playing. We want to have kind of a power fantasy. We want control. And so, like, you want to roll high on your dice. You want high levels. You want powerful spells. But at the same time, if you get all of those things, the game stops being fun because you're too powerful.
Right.
In Planescape, you had like this incredible ramping of power. You ended up adding to your stats a lot. I remember, like, you could constantly, if you chose things correctly, like, your intelligence would go up, by a point or two, or your dex would go up. And in D&D, that was a huge deal, and it didn't happen in D&D a lot, where, like, you could easily end up with stats in the 20s, like 1 or 2 stats in the 20s, and they gave you, like, really dramatic choices based on, your super normal possibilities. And I remember at one point, and spoiler alert, you're having the ultimate showdown at the end, and this person who is, like, put you through all these things and is kind of like playing God with your life, and you're like, and you get it. They've had their monologue, and you get to respond, and you're like, and one of your choices was, you can't control me, and then to prove it, you simply will yourself dead.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
And it's like, and what you needed, like a 21.
Oh, it's so frustrating not to have it too, because you got to the end, you're like, do I want to go back and do it just to have, like, figure out what I did wrong?
Like, you needed like a 21 wisdom or something like that, or some really high stat of one of these.
Yeah.
And I'm like, but just the fact that was a possibility was so cool.
Yeah.
Was so cool. And I think that's what a video game has to offer that tabletop doesn't. And I'd love to have that talk with Monte, although I'm pretty sure we'd be in agreement. You have infinite possibility at the tabletop.
Mm-hmm.
You say, actually, what I want to do is I want to jump off this table, and I want to grab the chandelier, then I'm going to kick out the window, and okay, roll for it. and you don't have the ability to just make shit up like that in a computer game. But what you have in, say, a novel is the ability to have beautifully scripted narrative.
Mm-hmm.
You know, where, you know, like if you were sitting down and just playing a game, you at the final climax, you might not think to say, "Can I will myself dead just to spite this son of a bitch?" You might not think of that until too late. And so that's what the video game does. It gives you this middle thing where there's scripting, and like good, clever minds can bring to bear alternate narrative possibilities and then execute them beautifully, you know, beyond perhaps what you could pull off at the table.
Yeah. Yeah, that's and it, you know, it's interesting. One of the things that Twitch, I think, has done has changed the way that video games work a little bit, in that it's become very much a communal experience where, you know, people are going through the story with you. And that's interesting too. You know, it's something that the reading experience is in a way such a solitary one. I mean, I know you can do readings to people, but, you know, you as an individual reader are taking in what the author has given you, and each reader's experience is going to be its own, you know, somewhat unique thing based upon what the reader brings to the table as much as the author. But Twitch, there's sort of a sense of people looking over the shoulder, I guess, at some of this going on. And that's interesting to me, because it kind of maybe, I don't know if it broadens the appeal of the video game, but it does sort of tie in that effect where you feel like there's a few people, you know, a bunch of people, many people, but or at least more than you, engaged in that process. So I don't know. That's Twitch meta that I haven't put all together in my head. But.
Well, yeah, and it is an interesting thing because, I mean, there are some games that I really enjoyed that I have never played, like Crazy Taxi.
Yeah.
You know? Like, I had a friend who was great at playing Crazy Taxi, and I sucked at Crazy Taxi, so I never played it. But I sat for hours watching and just enjoying the hell out of watching him play Crazy Taxi.
Yep.
You know, and it was a social experience between the two of us. And I would say, "Oh, it's over there. Oh, I saw it over there."
Oh, yeah, of course. Yep.
You know, you know, there's a fine line between, you know, being somebody's wingman and effectively backseat driving, but.
There's no backseating that happens on Twitch, right, chat? Who's with me? There's absolutely no backseating whatsoever that happens on that. Brad and Mike, let me give you a chance, you guys, to ask one or two more, maybe, and then I'll give chat the chance to ask one or two before we let Pat go.
Sure. Yeah, I was kind of curious. I know that you were involved with the Kickstarter, and I think was it Colin that got you involved with it, Pat?
I think Colin knew that I was a huge fan. And I think they, you know, I honestly can't remember if he contacted me or if I saw the Kickstarter, and then I emailed him and said, like,
I love this thing.
Who do I have to have sex with to get involved in it? So
as I understand it, you were pulled in to work. I think initially it was like the companion piece, and then there's a comic book as well. But just tell me about those two things.
Oh, it was, you know, I was brought in to write a companion character.
Oh.
So like one of the NPCs that you encounter and potentially travel with through the course of the game.
Okay.
So that's what I am doing. I'm working on a companion character, and then they asked me if I'd like to do a comic as well. Well, they asked me if I wanted to do a novella, and I said, well, if I do a novella for you, then everyone will scream bloody murder and try to gouge out your eyes. And they go, how about a comic? We have a few people doing comics, and I go, oh, sure, a comic. That's less words. That'll be easy.
Famous last words.
Famous, yeah. I was just
which is not what I discovered, you know. And I had a good time with the comic. I got to learn more about comics, which is a genre I've been looking to, you know, maybe you know, experiment with a little bit. And I got to work with Nate Taylor, and I'm very proud of what we came up with eventually. It took a little bit of doing, but now I've kind of leveled up in terms of my comic writing. So
Nice.
Well, and let me touch on that because I mean, you and Nate worked on the Adventures of the Princess and Mr. Whipple, and two of those, in fact, there was a follow up to that book, right?
yep.
Um, Talk to me a little bit about the transition from novelist to picture book to comic writer.
Oh, well, I will say this, that there's very little similarity between picture book and comic.
Okay.
In terms of it, see, that should have been my example. Two mediums that look very similar and
Yeah.
just absolutely are not similar. There's a huge amount of, well, honestly, if I think comic literacy would be a fair term. Like, if you don't read a lot of comics, you can't be good at reading them. In the same way that somebody who's an experienced reader, you won't pick up on some of the more subtle things that are done in comics. Like, in the same way that if you don't read text very much, you might not really be able to enjoy if somebody employs particularly clever language. Similarly, if you haven't read a lot of comics, you might read Promethea and not go, oh my God, this paneling is gorgeous. I've never seen somebody do this sort of non-standard paneling before and not recognize it for being kind of groundbreaking and gorgeous. So I've read a lot of comics, and that's the beginning of literacy, but creating it was a whole different experience. When you're writing text, I can go back in later and I can take out a sentence and put in a sentence. That's what I do, and that's a big part of why my writing is good. I edit constantly. You cannot do that in a comic. You cannot go in and say, I need another panel on this page.
Yep.
Because there is no space. It's like, okay, fine. I guess we're going to move every single other panel that I have already drawn for 8 pages. No, you don't get another panel on that page. Screw yourself, Rothfuss. So yeah, it was a learning process, and Nate was very tolerant of me.
And let me switch to the character generation because I have been curious how that goes. I have not designed games myself, but what was your involvement like? Did you develop actual dialogue along with the character? How far did it go, and how did you find it?
I pitched the concept. I went out when the creative team was getting together for their initial consult, and Shauna and Monte were out there, as well as Colin and Chris Avallone and all these others. Honestly, it was like the two creative leads, Shauna and Monte, and everybody else who were veterans of computer games, and me. And I was the person who really did not belong there. But I went to them and I said, so, let me pitch you an idea for a different sort of character that I've never seen in a game before. And then I talked for about 10 minutes, and it was a non-standard character, and and I was a little sweaty doing it because these people really know their business. And eventually I saw Chris Avallone kind of going like this. I'm like, okay, good. If I got Chris,
if you got him, then
then at least I'm not just being an idiot.
Right.
And they said, yeah, okay, let's do it. Her implementation has been a little bit of a problem because she's breaking some of the very standard rules of what a companion character is supposed to be. But the most of what I'm doing is the generation of dialogue. There's her concept, there is her story. I've made both of those. And then there is, but most of her story isn't just the things that happen. Her story is all the dialogue interaction between her and the player. And that ends up being a lot of writing because it's a very different kind of writing. So different then that I am not even going to attempt to explain it to you here, that would be like a whole different like hour-long discussion.
Yeah, your earlier description reminds me a little bit of was it Icewind Dale? What was that? What was that game?
Yeah, well, that's great.
Where you had it was D&D based, obviously, and you had the different alignments, and you could piss people off depending on what you did in the game once they became your companions, that sort of thing. Anyway, Mike, over to you.
Yeah, like in Baldur's Gate, one of those early ones I played, you'd be running around and like I remember two of my characters like fell in love. My NPCs that were running around, they fell in love, and at one point, one of them pissed another one off so much that that other character would just leave the
Yeah, that's right.
I'm like, wow, this is really interesting.
Yeah,
Right.
it was they were no one was ever better at that. I've streamed Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 on here, and those guys, Black Isle, and then later on BioWare had games like this too that picked up on that stuff, and the early stuff in that regard was amazing at the inter NPC interactions.
Well, and Black Isle, the company that's producing Torment, it's called In Exile.
Right.
Because it was formed by the people who,
that's right. Yep.
Who now, did the company fold, or were those people like given the hi ho?
No, the company folded. It's funny. At the time when the company actually fell, it was a Boston based studio, and so at the time I was actually, while doing my doctoral work. This is in the late 90s. I actually was working part-time, as you do as a doctoral student, at Electronics Boutique. And these guys would actually come in all the time. Those guys, and then later on, we got some other guys from Looking Glass Studios as well as another studio that did Thief and games like that. But they were all, at the time, these small studios that had done very well for themselves and had become larger studios, and then due to incredible amounts of mismanagement that they told us about, ended up sort of collapsing. But I am very glad that they got picked up later on, and their fans, that's the sad thing, right? Their fans never stopped loving these designers. I mean, they never stopped loving these developers. The guys who did Ultima Underworld, Paul Neurath and that crew, Warren Spector is back with them again. And, these guys were around 20 years ago and they're back now, and it's like getting the band back together again, so to speak.
Yeah.
Over to you, Mike.
Yeah, so on the same kind of topic, I wanted to ask if there was a little bit more that you could tease out in terms of maybe lessons learned or things that you've had to think a lot about in terms of filling out this companion character's background, and how that rolls back into prose writing, specifically how to bring life to people who aren't POV characters as a writer.
At this point, it could be that I've learned a few things that might bleed into my novel-ish writing, my raw texty writing. But the truth is, I'm not going to claim to have like maxed out my text writing tree at this point. But I've already got, I've already got like one epic feat. I'm like 20th level regular writing wizard, and now I have effectively reached like level 1 video game dialogue writer. So I learned a lot, but most of, the only reason I was able to, create a character that I feel really good about is that I know a lot about story and narrative and audience and, and video games and audience expectation. And so that's what I'm playing on there. And those are like overriding transmedia skills, in my opinion. Now, dialogue, of course, is taking place entirely in text, but it is extraordinarily different due to media. Because, and I guess I'll touch on it very briefly. If you think of it, you say, let's say you start having a conversation with an NPC and you say, so, I noticed that you constantly scream in the night when you're asleep. Do you have bad dreams? And then the NPC says, I don't know what you're talking about. And then let's say you give your player like 4 different responses. You say, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bother you, you know? Or there's, come now, we both know, everyone in the party knows, we've all heard it, let's not pretend. There'd be, you can't travel with me if you don't trust me, and if you trust me, you'll tell me what this is about. Or you have like, oh, I just want to help. Um, or maybe you say, you try to share something about your own backstory. Now, what could happen here is if this is a good character, if this NPC is a real character, they will have potentially very different responses to a varied dialogue choice. And again, I'm talking about real dialogue choice, and most people actually have not experienced one these days. Fallout, had so little dialogue, and so little narrative dialogue choice that I don't have words for how much of a disappointment and a shitfest it was. It would have Portal, which offered you no dialogue choice, had better dialogue choice than Fallout. And so, let's say you have legitimate choices, and it's not just neutral, sarcastic, mean, or friendly, where you actually have the chance to try to persuade or wheedle or, engage them in different ways. Now, the problem there is that if you do that, suddenly you're writing like 4 conversations that turn into 16 conversations that turn into 180 conversations. And if you choose just one road through there, as the player of the game, I'm going to read maybe 500 words, but if it's just fractured out like that, the writer will have written 20,000 words.
Right.
Yeah.
And so that's simply impractical. Even if you had like a sweatshop full of extremely skilled writers, it just can't work.
Right.
So what you have to have is economy of dialogue, but also the dialogue needs to effectively loop back to central points and then branch off again. But it has to do it in a natural way, but it doesn't have to always do it. And so those are tricks of the medium, and I learned a lot about them, and so I'll be better at it in the future. But most of what I've learned is media appropriate. I don't think much of it is going to feed back into my prose work, which is fine. I knew when I was doing this, what I was learning was video game skills, because I do hope to have a video game of my own someday with like good, deep narrative choice and player control and stuff like that.
Yeah,
you're turning the crank of the people in Twitch right now, of the people in the chat right now. They're like, yes, we also want games like this.
I'm like, I thought I was like, hey, I'm telling you everything you love sucks with Fallout.
No, the opposite. They are much more in agreement with you, trust me.
I generally assume that I am right whenever I talk, so I'm glad we're in agreement there, right?
No, I think having the extensive fiction background that you do, it's really nice to be able to then bring that level of expertise to tease out for writers who are maybe looking at going from prose into digital narrative design, to see here are some pitfalls and here are some of the realities of that kind of both the diamond shaped dialogue design or play design, and just how much text goes into those kinds of branching things. So thank you very much for that good answer.
Yeah, it's I mean, now that I've figured some of it out, I could do it much more easily. Mm-hmm. But yeah, like going from level 0 to level 1, it's a slog.
Let me recommend, by the way, to everybody in chat, if you haven't done so, there's on my YouTube channel, there's a playthrough, I think it was from this past summer, where I played through a game called Choice of Robots. There's a company called the Choice of Company, which does, and there's a bunch of different ones, Choice of Robots, Choice of... Knights, I think. But basically they get these authors to come in and write these things, which are essentially enormously elaborate. They're basically all text oriented, enormously elaborate choose your own adventure with widely varying branching stuff. And it's a staggering achievement. And then you find out they're always looking for authors that they're like, yes, and you should expect to write about 150,000 words, of which, 50,000 will ever be seen by any individual player. And at that point, those of us who are all busy doing our own thing are like, yeah, we don't, sorry. Like we do not have time to be able to add that to the mix. But it's a really extraordinary achievement because it does feel as if you're only scratching the surface. And even if that's not true, to get back to what you said, Pat, about the illusion of choice, it's a very artfully constructed illusion. And it doesn't feel like you're constantly banging up against the fourth wall, which is what happens perpetually in Fallout. And quite frankly, a lot of Bethesda games, sorry, Bethesda, but this happens, where you're just banging up against the wall all the time of stuff that you want to do that you would think would be an obvious option for you to do, and it just isn't,
Yeah, and that's what I refer to it as. Everybody knows about graphically the uncanny valley.
Yep.
But I mean, I don't care about graphics, and as much as people think they do, they don't care about graphics either.
Yeah.
Because what is truly frustrating is the uncanny valley of narrative that people experience.
Yeah. Yeah.
If I just built a settlement that is safe and is protected with turrets, and then I run 3 minutes in one direction, and there's like a family that's been adrift, and they're drinking poisoned water, and their children are weeping in this little ramshackle hut, and I'm looking at that, and I'm like, go!
Yeah.
There, you can see
Yeah.
the fires. What is wrong with? And I'm sorry, but yeah, Bethesda is a train wreck.
Yeah.
It is a tire fire of bad narratives.
Yeah.
There's your tweet. Somebody can quote.
It's just everyone's like, God damn it, Elder Scrolls. I mean, Bethesda has other things going for it, but it is definitely not on the story and narrative side. I could not agree more. And since this is a channel focused on that very thing, that's bothersome to us here. All right, chat, I'm going to give you guys a chance to ask a couple of questions, only a couple, because Pat's already stayed longer than I think he would have expected, but we really appreciate it, Pat. And I want to sort of set some ground rules. The way we will ask this, as always, is I'd like, if you have a question, please, in all capital letters, type question, and then colon, and then the question that you'd like to ask. Secondly, this is going to be focused on Torment, and if you want, you can ask Pat about game writing. Please do not ask anything else relating to anything else about anything like regarding release dates or anything else that I already saw someone ask and immediately got purged. Please, 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 no. So, and we will ask a couple of them, and then we'll let Pat go.
Do you want to ask me them? I happen to be on the chat here too.
Say, oh, sure. I mean, they can also do that as well. But I want to make sure that I do this too for the Speculate folks who get a chance to hear your answer too. So, so let's see. Sawaski asks, let me do Edgy first, because Edgy Koala is one of your biggest fans and promised he would be very good. So he's like, yes, you have him on. So he wanted to ask what brought you into the realm of role-playing computer games. Did you start out with books, tabletop, console games? What started you in the gaming side? And did PC games in any way contribute to your wanting to become a fantasy writer?
Oh, yeah. Actually, and what a lot of people don't know about me is that I tried to write a computer game before I tried to write a book.
I didn't know that. Really?
Yep. My first computer game experience was Zork 3.
Nice.
On a computer so old that most people could not comprehend it these days. Like, there was no hard drive. Which is just going to be baffling to anyone who is not,
Was it cassette load? Was it a cassette tape? Oh, it wasn't even that. Okay.
Not even cassette.
Okay.
It was all read off the disk, save to the disk.
Nice.
To the floppy disk.
Yeah.
And so I would play these Infocom games, these text-only games, and then I'm like, this is awesome. I want to write one of these. And I tried to write one, but the only language I knew was BASIC. And so I wrote like 16 pages of BASIC program, writing the descriptions of the rooms, and I had all the puzzles planned and stuff like that. But I didn't know how to write a text parser because that was like dark mojo. But yeah. So yeah, the wanting to bring people into a narrative experience, I think, I suspect, to try to say, where did I want to start doing this? You go, Well, was it computer games? Well, was it D&D? Well, was it just reading and enjoying books?
In
It's
the
all
mix
story.
somehow. Yeah, yeah, it's all in the mix.
Yeah.
Um, Sawofsky asks, Pat, do you also work on RPG gameplay wise parts of your character, like class or stats, etc., at some level, or is it just the dialogue?
Oh, in this game.
Yes.
Um, I have control of like the elements of the character. It's more than just the dialogue.
Okay.
Where I have said, yeah, like she's good at this, she's good at this, she can't do this, she won't do this. Yeah.
Okay. So you did have some control over that. Kavoth's Folly asks, question: what is the best video game you've played in terms of narrative?
Now, there's two things here because I will still argue that like both Portal games were narratively excellent.
Mhm.
Now, what they did not have was branched narrative, and in my opinion, um, you have video games have two potential things that are going for them. One of them is immersion, and one of them is interactivity, and they're actually different. One of them is the ability to, be visually engaged and interacting in a way with the story that's taking place.
Right.
Like in Dying Light, for example, I'm actually beating up the zombies. I'm not just watching a zombie movie where somebody is shooting zombies.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and so that's interactivity and that's immersion. And then there's the opportunity for what I consider true branched narrative. And whereas you actually not just are immersed in a story that somebody else is telling, you are not just interactively immersed. And see, like, what's the difference between that sort of interactive immersion and what I do in text? That's a great philosophical question that I'm going to just set aside for a moment. But, the other one is effectively your ability to control the outcome of the story. And that is something that video games can do and no other medium can now.
Mm-hmm.
And so if a video game doesn't take advantage of at least one of those and go hog wild on it, then it is missing the entire point of its medium.
Mm-hmm.
If you're not doing either one of those, why aren't you just writing a comic or a TV show instead?
Yeah.
So in terms of best narrative game, like Portal was great narratively, but in terms of my ability to interact and control the story, I'll say the first two Fallouts and Planescape.
Mm-hmm. I think those are good answers. Dragon Spirit asks, Patrick, do you start by, and I guess this is going to be relating more to a overall writing question, and I think they know the answer, but do you start by creating characters and crafting the world around them as a consequence of their decisions, or do you craft the world, mythology, and culture which results in characters being what they are?
Yeah, it's chicken and egg.
Yeah.
Well, and also it really depends on the story. When I wrote Slow Regard, it was character most. Well, see, no, and I can't even say that. Character and world. Good question, but it is a question that because it is a good one, it defies a pithy answer. It's complicated. Is your only true answer.
that is your true answer. You're referencing it to this world. Well, if it's this world, Dragon, I mean, he has the character that he developed for it. But I guess that is a good question. I guess if we could sort of tie that into what the character that you did for this one, Pat. It seems to me that this world is such an overwhelming presence. This is the opposite of the blank slate, in a way that it can't have helped but really influence the character you wanted to create for it. No? I mean, or is that not true?
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, you need to. Well, it depends. Either the character is shaped by the world, or the character in which case the character inhabits the world, which means then effectively the world is a part of the character.
Okay.
Or you effectively, I mean, that's one of the primary story shapes. You have man versus man, man versus
Right.
dog, man versus dragon. I forget how those work.
Man versus dog is a highly underrated subgenre. Man versus wolf, the final bark.
Hemingway do that. No, that was man versus shark. I forgot. But no, there's man versus world is one of these story archetypes, and you are always kind of informed by where you're from. But if your world is kind of a fully formed one, then the world itself will provide complications, and your world can be an antagonist, effectively. And so that's more of what was going on here, where they made the world, and so I made the character, knowing that her primary purpose was to be reacting to the world.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Which is an interesting challenge in and of itself. All right, one last one from chat, and then I'll let Brad and Mike finish up if they want to. Then we'll let you go, Pat. Lion King asks, question: why do you think that games like Portal and Borderlands? The Borderlands one is interesting. I don't think you mentioned that one, but the Telltale Games model, I guess, Walking Dead, The Wolf Among Us, Bill Willingham's thing, that sort of stuff, have been so successful with that specific type of narration. So maybe a way to put that is, what is it that those games were able to do well? Why does Portal work as such a directed narrative, where some of these other games may have attempted to do that in a very sort of linear fashion, but fell flat, and made it feel as if you were being forced through this maze, as opposed to you getting a chance to watch a story unfold organically?
And again, the true answer here is going to be the unsatisfying one. Execution.
Right.
Like, why does anything suck? You'll have, and it usually happens, like Hollywood ends up developing, I'm trying to think, there was The Abyss, and what were all those big underwater movies that all, like four of them came out in the same couple of years?
Yep.
And what was it? It was The Abyss, and
so that was the best of them. So I'm just remembering that one.
That's the only one I can remember.
Yeah.
The Abyss was good. Why was it good? Execution. It had better writing. It had better acting. It had better characters in the script. It had better drama. Probably better editing, even though that's something that's largely invisible to me. Better story concept. Better mystery. Better tension.
Yeah.
Portal works because the story that's being told was, again, not necessarily a better story, because most any writer, if you say, I wrote a story about a guy who goes to an orphan boy who goes to a school of magic. It's like, has it been done before? Yeah, like a ton. And has it been done good a couple of times? Yeah. Has it been done like real shit, like way more times? Yeah, actually, yeah, super yeah. Boy meets girl, boy loses girl, boy gets eaten by a shark. That story's been told a bunch too. It doesn't need to be a new story or a flashy whatever, or a twist ending. One of the hardest things to do is just tell a simple story well. But if you can tell a simple story well, it's great and everyone will love it. And so that's what Portal is. It's a relatively simple story, extremely well executed. The other reason that it's a success is that its gameplay and its narrative interleave very well, which is another thing that's important for game you don't have to worry about in, say, a comic.
Yeah.
It's the reason Dying Light is also very good too, because you cannot be just a badass, kill everything, ass kicker all the time in Dying Light. You have to run your ass away from those zombies or they will kill you.
Yep.
and it's great because the mechanic is largely like a parkour run your ass away mechanic, and so those two elements of the story fit really well together. Yeah.
Yeah, and gameplay mechanism as story is something which is obviously really important as well, and there's
Yeah.
game versions of that. By the way, I'll make a recommendation to everybody just because of what Pat said about this. If you have a chance to play a game called Mission Critical, it is a very little-known game that was well-known at the time because Michael Dorn, a guy who played Lieutenant Worf, starred in it in the full-motion video heyday. It is an extraordinarily good story on artificial intelligence, on the meaning of life, on many other things, and it's sort of couched in a game that sort of springs it on you. You don't really realize what you're playing until you're in the middle of it. It's extraordinarily good, and I actually met a guy who ended up doing the novelization of that game at Worldcon some years ago, a guy named Paul Chafe. And I was shocked. I just got this conversation with him, and I was like, "Oh yeah, blah blah blah, Mission Critical." He's like, "Oh really?" And he literally had a copy of the book in his bag. He's like, "Well, I wrote this," and then signed it for me and gave it to me. I was like, what? It's just okay. But an extraordinary example of just well executed, narrative in that regard.
Oh, and if I could recommend a book too, Pat, you were talking about like stories. All the stories have been written, right? It's about your take on and executing well. I just finished Naomi Novik's Uprooted, and it's a story that we're so familiar with what it's touching on. It's retelling a lot of like fairy tales, the grim tales, but in a very unique and really well executed way. I loved that book. I just finished it yesterday.
Absolutely. So well executed.
Yeah.
I just adored that one. And I was gonna mention, I've forgotten it now. Yeah.
Yep. All right. Well, let me, Brad, if you got one more for Pat and Mike, one more, and then we'll let him go. If you guys will or not.
I'm sorry. I did remember there was a question here
Okay.
that I want to touch on. And one of the hardest things is, a person says, "Do you like it when your character is a blank slate? But
Oh,
all
yes.
the characters in the game are very fleshed out." That was actually the hardest part of this for me, because normally it's like I'm in control of the main character and all of the secondary characters and all of the every characters, so I can make everyone do whatever they want, whatever I want, but I'm not in control of these other characters. I don't know what these other characters are like down in their bones like I do with my own characters. So trying to imagine how my character is going to interact through this game, a big part of the writing of these characters involves things like bark strings. And a bark string is effectively when your character says something when an event happens in the game. So like maybe, this NPC is following somebody around and you go to a new area and the character says, it's I'm trying to think that I don't know why this came into my head. In Firefly, Jane, they starting I just remember Jane saying, "It smells like crotch." And I'm like, that's a bark string. It's like, doesn't have anything to do with moving his character arc forward or the plot or anything. He comes in and he's just Jane, and so writing those is easy because it's like, I'm just expressing myself. But some bark strings are tied to, like, what happens when your opinion is asked about this other character? And I'm like, I haven't played this game yet. I don't know those characters.
Yeah.
And that's maddening. It's awful, and I hate it, and it's paralyzing. I could tell you how my character would relate to Minsk, in Baldur's
Yeah, right.
Maybe you should just have her react just that way, as if she's always talking to Minsk. I mean, how could you go wrong just all the time? Why is he always going for the eyes? Why is he
Oh, for
always...
the eyes, boo.
You've discovered the Easter egg between
Yeah, the Easter egg.
Now.
One exact
Yeah.
narrative. Oh my God. Talk about linear narrative. Your linear narrative is different than everyone else's in that you will only respond as if you're speaking to Minsk. That's the only way it works. Oh my goodness. That's really, really funny. Well, Pat, you've been kind enough to stick with us longer than you had expected, and I really appreciate it. This is Pat's, I believe, third time actually on Speculate, and has been with us over a number of years. And then each of us has individually been on panels and done readings and stuff like that. I know Pat, but as always, Pat, it's a great pleasure, and thank you for being so generous with time as always. This was great, and as someone who shares your love for the Planescape Torment game, I would put it exactly as you did, top 10, even though I haven't played it for 15 years plus. I'm with you, and I'm looking forward to seeing your character in here when I get there. So.
No pressure.
So thanks a lot, Pat. Pat needs to come to a D&D session with me. Listen, at some point, if Pat didn't have a ridiculous schedule, I would have him come with Peter Brett, Mike Cole, Ed Greenwood, and myself. We did this before. I'd have him join up, but I hate to put any more stuff on Pat's plate than he already has. But Pat, do consider that an open invitation. We did do that before with Ed Greenwood as the DM. So I'd.
That is so tempting, and I love everyone involved with that. The next time it starts happening, like ping me.
Okay.
Ping me and I would like to. That's something I could maybe. And then I think, oh God,
that's what Pete said. Pete said exactly the same thing, and he's like, I'd like to do it, and I was like, Ed Greenwood's a DM, and there was silence. He's like, all right, I'll do it. It was exactly what he did, but I'd love to do it. It'll be later in the year, around the time that my novel is coming out from the Ed Greenwood group. We're going to do it as a promo thing. So, but we did it last time. It was great. So I will do that definitely. But thank you so much, Pat. Can we get some love for Pat in chat, please? Patrick, thank you so much. Thanks. Please thank Amanda for us too, for setting it up as well. So
will do.
Thank you so much, sir.
I'll see you guys later.
Okay.
Hey, bye, Pat.
All right, so gentlemen, that leaves us with just Brad and Mike. As always, guys, this was a pleasure. And for the Speculate listeners, you will be hearing more from us. We'll have another audio show during which Brad is going to have some news actually to announce, but we'll be doing that in the near future. And of course, Mike and I will continue with you with multiple shows in the future. So Speculate listeners, thank you so much. We'll be back at you soon. And Mike and Brad, my friends, thank you so much, guys. This was fun. I hope you guys had a good time too, but great job on your parts.
Yeah, it was a great show.
It's very
great
cool
stuff. Thanks, guys. Good night, gentlemen.
See you later, listeners.
Bye, everybody.
Bye. All right. Good stuff, guys. Good stuff. That was a good time. I had a feeling that was going to be something that I was going to love just because I was, it's writing, it's narrative, it's all of that stuff. And this was never going to be as much of a gameplay thing as our conversation with Colin and George, because we already did that. But it was going to be something related to, this stuff. So that's what we were going to do instead. So this was great times. I'm really glad that we had a chance to do it, and I appreciate it. If you guys are new to the stream and you liked what you saw and heard, please make sure to follow. My name is Arvin Eleron. I do a lot of narrative and story-based games on this channel, including RPGs, adventure games, things like that. It was kind enough, the In Exile folks were kind enough to provide Brad, Mike, and myself with a copy of this game, Torment, the beta version of it. We've had George Zietz and Colin McComb on a few weeks back. Now we had Monte Cook, Shanna Germain, and Pat Rothfuss on today. So this was great, and I was glad that we got a chance to talk about it. I hope you guys enjoyed it as well. And if you liked it, please make sure to follow the stream. Please make sure to check out my YouTube and my Steam group, and please make sure to consider supporting the Patreon. If you want to see more things like that, please check out the Patreon, because the Patreon over there, which is that way as you look, as that number goes higher, we can do more and more cool stuff, including Dungeons and Dragons sessions, including marathon sessions, and more stuff relating to story and narrative. For example, I have a graphic novel, Icarus, coming out at the end of the month, and we're going to be doing a special event associated around that as well. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take, guys, about a 5-minute break. Make that a 10-minute break. And then I'm going to come back and we're going to get started with Earthbound. I'm going to continue with my Earthbound playthrough, speaking of quirky, influential games. So I will set up for that, and hopefully people will stick around to watch. If you are not going to do so, then thank you for stopping by, and hopefully you'll have a chance to spread the word about the show. But again, thank you so much to the folks who are watching for Torment. As for everyone else who's interested in watching me play some Earthbound, I am going to do that now. So I'll be back to you guys in about 10 minutes. So hang tight, and I'll be right back at you. once high and proud, o'er the ground with graves of kings and queens, I'm calling long and loud. Here was the castle of my grand old reign, here was the fortress of my love. This empty ruin sits in falling rain, it's all been blasted from above. And all my past was just a show, as good as it's been, well that's the last of it, I'll know. If everything I've gained was going to be lost, why would I risk myself at this cost? And all the speed with which I found your love, well that's just how fast it's gone away. And in the sky I see a broken dove, and now there ain't no more to say. Although confusion is my constant friend, a friend now isn't so kind. I thought I'd have you until the end, yeah, but having is a state of mind. Look out there, you'll see a cold hard land, where sun and peace it used to reign. Without the touch of your guiding hand, well, you know it's never been the same. And all my past was just a show, as good as it's been, well that's the last of it, I'll know. If everything I've gained was going to be lost, why would I risk myself at this cost? And all the speed with which I found your love, well that's just how fast it's gone away. And in the sky I see a broken dove, and now there ain't no more to say. Bards and poets sing of sweeter regrets, well all the same they've got it wrong. I haven't sucked the sadness in me yet, yeah, but I tell you that it won't be long, long before I fell to a wealth of good inside, surplus of happiness to give. But bitterness now has that good denied, spitting it out helps me to live. And all my past was just a show, and as good as it's been, well that's the last of it, I'll know. If everything I've gained was going to be lost, why would I risk myself at this cost? And all the speed with
when despair grips me, when despair grips me.
All right, people, we are back. Welcome, everybody. And thank you for your patience. I'm going to head back over here, and I'm going to have to make a couple of adjustments now. And I can't, unfortunately, the problem with this OBS Classic is you can't do this at the same time that you're doing other things. So unfortunately, I have to do that. Oh, sorry, dude. I've got it in VODs. Yeah, sorry, man. Sorry. Yeah, it was just a little while ago that we stopped with him. That sucks, dude. Sorry, man. I am sorry to hear that, sir. Okay, let's get that. So I'm going to do a couple things here, guys, and hopefully it's not going to blow up the computer. But I'm going to fire up my XSplit, which is going to foul up the windows. So just bear with me a second, and we'll take care of that. There we go. Here we go. Okay. As we're going to do what we do. So I hope you guys enjoyed that. That was fun. For me anyway, as a writer, it was kind of cool to geek out with people who are all writers and world builders. And actually every one of the people there, myself, Brad, Mike, Shanna, Pat, obviously, Monty, all writers, all have done prose. They have obviously done way more game writing than I have. At least Monty and Shanna have. And then, Pat has done a little bit more at this point than I have as well. And then, the rest of us, Brad and Mike, are all moving in that direction of doing a little bit also. So it's fun stuff. Yeah, the problem with no updates yet, Troll, except that I'm definitely going to be at Three Rivers, but I don't know any of the details yet. No, sorry. I know that it's happening. I just don't know the details yet. The problem with OBS Studio, Shatter, is that it doesn't play nice with some games that I want to be able to capture. And the other problem with it is, quite frankly, unless somebody puts together a third-party program to allow me to import scenes, I do not want to spend 12 hours importing scenes from OBS Classic to OBS Studio. I just don't. If someone's able to figure out a way to do it, great. But it is so much work to recreate the scenes that I have taken, that I've put together over since I went to OBS exclusively, or pretty exclusively. It's been what? I've been streaming with OBS for 2.5 years probably. And the amount of work that would take to get that stuff over to OBS Studio, just no. Nope. No, sir, I won't do it. So, but yeah. Twitch VODs, yeah. All right, so there's the switch over. There's the switch over. There it is. All of your scenes ported right over with no input. What? Yeah, I definitely will have more on that, Troll. Shatter, what? That's not true. Is that true? What do you mean they ported over? Everyone told me it was a nightmare to port over sources and scenes. What? You're really? This is not true. Is this true? Is this true? Is that true? You don't recall remaking a single scene. Really? Perhaps I have been lied to. All right, hang on a second. I got to get this thing up and running. Earthbound, yes. There's that. Yes. Continue. Okay. Well, it wouldn't be OBS if this wasn't. Okay. Hold on a second, people. All right. Haha, we got music, people. We got ourselves some music. Mario Day, because it's March 10th. Very nice, Jedi. Very nice. I like it. I like it. All right. Now, let's get ourselves some... There that. Okay. Let me just make some fixes here and we'll be ready to go. And by the way, if you guys have not already done so, don't forget that you should be voting for this, the new poll, which is for the game that final vote is going to conclude as of next Tuesday. As of right now, the results look like... Stop doing that. As of right now, No One Lives Forever 2 has got a narrow lead of 18 votes to 14 votes over Stardew Valley. So get in on that vote right now if you are interested if you're interested in one of those. I know some of us here are interested. Some of us have a vested interest, you might say, in making that happen. So, you know, just make that occur if you can. Do you get I voted stickers? No, but you get a feeling of accomplishment and well-being, Jedi, and that's what really matters, right? No One Lives Forever 2 might pull it off this time, Dragon Spear. It might pull it off. It might pull it off. Okay. Okay. And let's increase me. There I am. Yeah, it's possible, Rogan. It's possible. It's definitely possible that it could occur. Okay. Alright, and the last thing I need to fix is this. Whoops. Whoops. Ugh. Whoops. There we go. Alright, here we go. We're back in. We're back in it. Oh, good. I'm glad, Edgy. I'm glad you liked it. Yeah, that was, you know, I love doing that stuff, obviously. I mean, that's, I love doing that kind of thing. So I'm glad that we were able to make it happen. It was a little difficult, frankly, because we had some, as usual, issues relating to Skype and just different things that I won't get into, but we were supposed to have started at 8:30, and instead we didn't start until 9, which is unfortunate, but it happens, you know, what are you gonna do? Sometimes life does these sorts of things. Okay. You tried so the other thing is, I didn't get into this. I tried programming a game in BASIC also, and I ran out of memory, and I never knew how to figure it out, and I was actually trying to program the Shamutanti Hills, which is that the first book of the sorcery series that we played on my channel. I don't know, man. Like, I feel like I probably was violating all kinds of laws, except that it was, you know, whatever it was, 1985, and I don't think anybody gave a damn. Yeah, it was interesting. Yeah, tabletop games are awesome. I mean, it's why D&D is my favorite game, is for that very reason. Okay, so let's get into it, people. Let us get into a little bit of Earthbound. And let me see. I just got here, and I don't actually know what I'm doing, really. I just need to go basically get, I guess, you know, weapons and stuff. I just got here. I sure as hell need more than $889. I knew how to program in BASIC for a while. Yeah, I could program in BASIC. I never got beyond BASIC, though, Dragonspear. Not when I was trying to program on a Trash 80, Mr. Vano. TRS 80 is what I was using at the time. With cassette load. Floppy disk. Pat was talking about using a floppy disk. Luxury! We used to dream of living of using a floppy disk. I didn't see it. I didn't see it, Burner. What did you do? You ought to Trash 82? TRS 80, man. It's where it's about. Yeah, the cassette load, man. Oh my god, that was epic. What did you get, Burner? Let me see. You just bought the red, white, blue, yellow theme from Volume 1. And what else? You got Super Mario World for my 3DS. You got your first Kirby game ever, Kirby's Triple Deluxe. Oh, okay. Cool, man. That's awesome. I think we were talking on Rob's channel about, Pokemon stuff. Well, I don't know. All I know is that I ran out of memory in my TRS-80. I have no idea. I'm gonna have to check out that guy later. Wait, what? Burp, burp. This seems a little bit out of character for the desert environment. Welcome, welcome. Ah, the heat. Is your party okay? Can I interest you in some of my merchandise? What would you like? I need a... Really? Oh, you don't have anything interesting. Why don't you buy something? I've got a family to feed. Hey, stop with the guilt trip, man. Yeah, that is... Yeah, isn't that... It is nuts, Edgy. It's true. Poisonous snakes cost more. Why would a fine young man like you need one? What? Should I keep a snake at home? Perhaps I should ask an expert. Hey-oh! I'm Red Snake. Coming in. Kiss of fire. Armpit hair fertilizer. Yes. What is it you want to buy? What the hell is this? I can buy a snake? You disappoint me. Why? Really? That's fair. Snakes aren't so unpleasant or so cute. Oh, I don't know what I may be saying. Oh, listen to that music. Hello, would you like some seasonings to add to your food at meat tile? They are really quite miraculous. Whenever you eat something, the seasoning will sprinkle automatically. Oh, you have the mark of bad luck on your face. No, don't worry. If you want to know, I'll humbly tell you. You shall come back here after you encountered a dangerous situation. However, I may be wrong, and if so, 1,000 pardons. I bought a piggy nose. This will help out a large amount while I am humbly searching for the magic truffle in the deep darkness. You too can learn how to use a piggy nose with the use command that are good, so please rest easy. The snake bag can hold live snakes. There are snakes in the sack. Please, it is a very useful item. Shall you buy one? I am humbly offering it to you. Sure. Wait. You just gave me a snake sack with a hole in it? What kind of garbage is that? During battle, a snake pops out of the bag and bites the enemy. There are thousands of small snakes living in the bag, so you should be able to use it over and over again. What could go wrong? If already got what you need, great. But if you don't, well, that'll be a real shame. Take a good look at my menu and decide. Is there anything listed you might want? Ooh. That's very true, Edgy. Hello there, welcome to my humble shop. How about some of our famous Garaba delicacies? We carry a variety of things. What would you like? Wow. I think Assassin's Creed did do an Egypt game, didn't they? Kilobyte, what is up, man? Kill, I was actually going to be contacting you today because I hadn't heard from you for a while. What's up, Kilobyte? How you doing, man? You're going to the pyramid. Prepare well and be ready for whatever may occur. Alright. I guess I'm going to go to the pyramid. What's going on, Kilbay? How you been? No. I wanted to deposit. I'm pretty sure that there was an Assassin's Creed game that I saw that was set in Egypt. Like a small one. Oh, really? Well, there you go. I think they're gonna wait a year, right? Aren't they gonna wait? Yeah, that's what I thought. They're waiting a year now. Yeah, that's what I thought, Shatter. I did not think that they imported. Because I saw that and I was like, wait, what? And they're like, no. And I'm like, I don't... To me, it seems like it ought to be a priority because, like, so many... Like, I'm sure I'm not the only one who doesn't want to take all the time to send over the scenes. I am sure. Talk to the hint guy. First, we'll deal with this dude. The Great Crested Booger! Great Crested Booger. Great Crested Booger. I gotta be honest, so far, Chris has been awfully disappointing. Okay, I got you, Shatter, yeah. Level 19, offense went up by 1, defense went up by 1, speed went up by 1, IQ went up by 1, hit points went up by 2, PP went up by 4. Now, wait a minute, youngster. I could give you a great hint for just 100. Yeah, give me a hint. The Dinosaur Museum in Forsyth, a man called Mr. Spoon has a heavy mustache. What the hell is that crap? It's a jip. Yeah, I agree with that, man. Okay. Level now 20. Baby, offense went up by 4, defense went up by 5, speed went up by 2, guts went up by 1, vitality 2, luck 1. Maximum hit points up by 24. Yeah, I hope so too. I sell water to those that are thirsty. It's expensive though. No. Yeah, but still though. Oh, it's our guy. Oh, God. Pictures taken instantaneously. I'm a photographic genius if I do say so myself. Okay, get ready for an instant memory. Look at the camera. Ready? Say, Fuzzy Pickles! I think I may actually have installed it already, Shatter, but then I just saw the thing about the scenes and I was like, God, no. Wow, what a great photograph. It will always bring back the fondest of memories. But yeah, I'll give it a try. I'll look. Hey, what's up, Marla Biggs? Oh, man. Oh, can I actually teleport from here back to Forsyth? Can I teleport from here back to Forsyth, you guys know? Hi, Marla Bakes. Okay. Oh, really? Come on. Dumb. The runway. Okay, right. This is right. Yeah, and I was gonna say that I have submitted another emote called Arv Quill, which I hope is going to work out. The game still says Torment? Ah. Yeah, you're right, it does. My bad. Thank you. Thanks, Shoutout Fixed. You can turn while you teleport? Oh, really? I didn't know that. Okay. That's useful, actually. Okay, here we go. Done. Alright, now we need to go to this museum, and I hope that this went here for a reason. Get over here! Alright, Dr. Spoon. Mr. Spoon. Yeah, I took care of him, man. Oh, I cured him. Want to know about something extraordinary? You know, there's a new singer named Venus at the Topolo Theater. Could you bring me her autograph and an eraser? Then I'll show you something extraordinary. Oh, if you can get her autograph on anything, don't worry about the eraser. I don't care if the autograph is written on toilet paper. Alright, so I have to go to Topolo Theater, huh? Your hot chocolate tastes like donuts? Nice. That's combining two awesome things, hot chocolate and donuts. I don't entirely remember where the Topolo Theater is. I hope it's up to the left. Oh wait, no, there it is, there it is, there it is. Ask and ye shall receive. Oh, do you, Kilobyte? Yeah, I didn't hear if you answered me. Did you actually answer my question before that I asked you and I didn't see it? I'm getting along, been dealing with some health issues of being stubborn, won't go away. Okay, okay. Oh, wow, yeah, man, definitely don't fool around with that stuff, man. Stupid ticket. And I have a pencil eraser. Okay, here we go. Oh, baby, 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 don't make me hurt so bad. These guys are all stone cold gone for you. Wow! You cute, sexy thing, you. Baby, sing to me, only baby Venus. Just singing I can die a happy man. Baby, I want to hold you tight. Venus, baby. Ooh, Venus, sob, sob. Oh, there's a guy there. Not pneumonia or bronchitis. Wow. Whoa! Get some security in here. There you go. Oh, no kidding. That's cool, man. It's a long cutscene, man. Long cutscene. I hope none of you behaved shamefully like that guy when he went on the stage. I hope that isn't you guys. Thanks for the follow, Blizz. Welcome to the Arbonauts. Man. Good stuff. Now I want an autograph. Hey! Ah, you're a friend of the Runaway 5. Did you come to see Miss Venus? Come inside quickly. Don't let the other fans see you enter. Hello. Actually, I'm gonna first of all check these locker rooms. Don't mind me. I mean, there's lockers. Oh, you want an autograph? Okay, I'll give you my autograph on this banana peel. Here you go. Thanks, lady. I got the signed banana. Oh, and this is a bonus. Smack? Oh, yeah, I got a signed banana and a kiss. So I just look at her and I pull out my best prints. Don't need to be beautiful to sign a banana peel. Don't have to be rich to rule my world. Oh, God. Don't tell Mrs. Arvin. I mean, she was sparkling. What could I do? Right? I mean, she was sparkling, man. Alright. So now... Yep. Thanks, Dragon. God damn it, $5 every time. Should be for the public. More or less true, Thorg. Yes, I would. That's more or less true. Okay. All right, I got your autograph, sir. On my way. Serpentine, Serpentine. You got it! That banana peel is an authentic Venus autograph? Yeah, I know. It's true. Only the public... Yeah, right. The $5 extra public. Yep, there's no doubt about it. Now for my promise. I'll tell you about something extraordinary. In the next room, there's a light shining from far, far below the manhole. There, I found a huge monster rat. Oh, this is the sanctuary thing. I'm not trying to pull your leg. I'll let you go there and check it out for yourself. Okay. I am going to save it before we do any of that. Which means I'm going to have to pay another goddamn $5, but that's alright. I'm going to have to go save it, and then we're going to go take on the boss. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Nice. Lovely, okay. Alright, so now we're gonna go fight a big monster rat. That's gonna be the next sanctuary one. Whoops. Alright, I'm gonna go make it. Another $5. Can't you just put a stamp on my hand? Just don't you like do a stamp on the hand, like, you know? You go into a place, you come out, you get a stamp. Keep paying them over and over and over and over and over again. Oh. Cute. Stinky ghost. Sticky, 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 sticky. Stinky, stinky ghost. I don't remember what these things are weak against. I hope it's Sci-Fire. Vulnerable to fire, vulnerable to flash, vulnerable to paralysis. Oh goodness. Nice. You know what? Screw that. Screw that. We're starting from the save point. Screw that. Screw that. I really wish that I feel like the system is really clunky when it comes to the way they handle death. Oh, come back here, come back here. Oh, okay. Come back, come back, come back. Don't leave butterfly coming back. So let's pay this. Wait, you need to pay money. Blah 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 blah. And then we're going back down. The butterfly restores some of your psi. Restores some of your psi power. I have to say, I've been very underwhelmed with Chris so far, so I really hope that his leveling picks up the pace here. I don't think it recharges all of your PP, I don't think. But maybe I'm wrong. Alright, so screw the freaking stinky ghost. Filthy attack roach. Chris level on 21, IQ 1, hit points 1, people went up by 5. The power of magnet. Psi magnet, alright. Psi storm. Alright, well. Too much stuff, man. He really does have too much stuff. Nice, Nacho. Shoot, that means I gotta go through the stinky ghost. Not looking forward to that. Oh, hi there. It's not a stinky ghost after all. It's the deadly mouse. That sounds horrifying. What do you mean it had no visible effect? Oh, god damn it. God bless America. Shoot. Ah, god damn it. It's life up, not healing. Yeah, I mean that's what I'm saying, man. Like it's 1 point of damage. I don't get it. I mean, it's now 45, hit points 2, PP went up by 1, levels 36. Oh baby, offense with a 4, speed 1, vitality 1, IQ went up by 2, luck went up by 2, maximum went up by 8. That rocks. PP went up by 8. Lorix level is now 38, IQ 1, hit points 1, crystal level now 22. Baby, offense went up by 3, defense went up by 1, hit points went up by 2. But he's just not doing any damage at all. Really? Is Shanna? What? What do you mean? Oh, God bless America. Yeah. What's your guys' point? It's fine. There's Rasan inside. Really, a croissant? No. I really wish there was a life up that could heal, like, all of you. Yeah, I mean, I caught up. I mean, I got him when I got him. I don't feel like I've been, like, rushing through. Oh, damn it. Damn it. Damn it. I hate the stinky ghost. In fact, I'm not taking any chances with this thing. Life up Omega Super Peel? Alright. I hope I get it soon. Come on. Oh man, I hope one of these healings fixes the ghost thing. I really do. Level 23, offense up by 2, defense up by 1, speed 1, hit points 2. I really hope that this does the trick. Level 70? 70? I have to wait 25 levels for it? Ugh. Alright, so what do I need to get to heal Chris? Is there any way to heal Chris? No healing cures possessed. Attack him with Psi-Fire, really? Can I attack my own guys? Can I attack my own people? Okay. Nice. You can, I think. Alright, we're about to find out. I don't see... It doesn't... No. I can't. Psi-Fire A doesn't do anything. I can't... I can only do the creatures. So I can't... Yeah. Woof! Level's not 24. Oh, baby, offensive by 4, defense 4, speed 1, guts 1, vitality 1, IQ 2. Luck went up by 1, hit points went up by 10, PP went up by 10. Power of Brain Shock. want that. I have enough stuff as it is. A party damaging spell from the enemy. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Cool. I'm not sure that was all that useful. Oh, boy. No, I haven't. I've heard everyone talking about it, though. Oh, God. Ow. Okay. Let's see. No. I want you to use fire. I want you to kill it with fire. Yeah, so is it good? I've heard good things about the Civil War trailer. Nice. Good. Chris's level is now 25, defense 1, hit points 2. So we're getting there, gradually. Alright. Nope. Nice. The music is playing right now. The ba 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 da ba ba. Not healing. Okay. No problem, Shadowed. Sleep well, man. Ooh, I didn't know you could actually fight something here. Time to fight the filthy attack roach. Ugh. Man. Alright, let's see. Alright, and then we want life up A on Thorg. I guess life up A on Thorg. Night, Shadowed. Really obnoxious, you will pay for your garbage. I really hope Psy-Freeze does even more damage. That's what I'd like. That's what I'd like to believe. Please work really well. Nice. So Freeze actually was pretty effective there. Cindy's level's 37, hit points 2, PP 2. Power of Psi-Fire. Oh, nice. Higher level fire. Level's now 26, offense 2, defense went up by 2, speed went up by 1, hit points went up by 3, PP went up by 1. I just want to point out, by the way, that this is yet another example of a freaking sewer level that sucks. I just wanted to say. Sewer levels, man. Wow, that was effective. Sewer levels. Those sewer levels, though. I am walking in the sewer's water. And I got another one of those. Oh, God. Guess I have to face it. Alpha, beta, gamma, and delta. Now I'm going to use fire. Ah, the freeze was better than that. That was his maximum. Why she's doing like 1 damage now. Okay, let's get a... I think we have a picnic lunch somewhere, don't we? Maybe not. Yeah, we do. Thank you for the follow, Sky Mass Moon. Welcome to the Argonauts. 6 hit points? What? What the crap was that? I gotta remember to use the snake bomb. Man, what a freaking jip. Okay. Oh, yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, cool. Let's see. Let's take a look at status. Alright, so let's see. 369 and 369. 128 and 137, that's fine. 196 and 197, that's fine. 170 and 170, okay. Thank you, Dragon. Ah, give me those points. Please don't be a mimic. Nice. Masamune. Masamune. I have to say, by the way, that thing looks awfully small to look like that. I'm just saying. Life up A on Fork. Masamune. Yeah, I know. Shadow would be very upset with me. I am like completely full up with all this stuff. Okay, she's actually got more room than I thought. All right. Okay. I feel like a lot of like, Thorg's crap is just not helpful. Wait. I see it. So I gotta go down in the water. I see where the thing is. I want to try to save some of these side points for that big thing. Come on. Yeah. Just worried about that. Nice. Give me some more hit points. Another level. Arvin's level's 46. Offense 2. Hit points 1. PP went up by 2. Thorg's level's 39. Offense 2. Defense went up by 1. Guts went up by 1. IQ went up by 1. Luck went up by 1. Hit points went up by 3. Chris's level's 27. Offense went up by 2. Defense went up by 2. Speed 1. Vitality 1. Max hit points went up by 10. Power of Psi Magnet. That's Theta, right? Here it is. Here's the guy. Okay. So now let's see whether I've got what I need. Let's take a look at the status. Their hit points are okay. Just don't take any more crap from Thorg, yeah. Thorg's always giving me crap, that's the problem. Alright. Okay, so they're actually in fairly good shape there. So what I need is to... in-game it out, exactly. So what I need to do is, basically, I need to use... Alright, so you know what? Chris, you... I'm gonna give the snake bag to Chris. Let's see. I'm gonna give the defense spray to Chris. Okay. Yes, as we learned. You finally got here. This is the 5th your sanctuary location, but it's mine now. Take it from me if you dare. Here we go. Plague Rat of Doom! Damn. It's the Plague Rat of Doom. Oh no, it's the Plague Rat of Doom. Plague Rat of Doom. Doom! Playing bad rats, apparently. Nice. Those bottle rockets are awesome. Alright. So story. Oh, you're quite right. Let's see, for you... let's see. Yeah. Okay. Let's get story B up there. more. Let's, do I have any more super weapons I can use on you? No, so... Ow. Alright, one more of those. If I can, I can't. Let's give you a little bit of Psi Gamma. Might as well spy out and see what the hell your deal is. I'm assuming the mirror's not going to work on you. So, let me, say anything about what it's weak to. Okay, so now I just gotta bash it straight up. Unless I got a super guts pill, but I don't. So I just got, whoops. So I just gotta fight straight up. Let's throw another fire at it. Let's shoot it. Shoot it! Shoot it! Okay, and... Come on, take the guy out. What's up, Barry Lock? Yeah! Woohoo! Booyah! First try. 28,818 experience each. Let me see those levels. Levels now 38. Defense by 1. Speed went up by 1. Hit points went up by 2. I'm really glad I did not want to do this whole dungeon again. PP went up by 1. Crystal level's 28. Oh, baby. Offense by 4. Oh, baby. Defense by 3. Speed by 1. Guts by 1. Vitality 1. IQ 1. Luck went up by 2. Hit points went up by 15. PP went up by 4. Levels now 29. Hit points 1. PP 1. Levels now 30. Offense went up by 2. Defense went up by 2. Spin up by 1. Hit points went up by 2. PP went up by 1. He went up like 3-4 levels at one time. Alright, let's go see what we got, people. Exactly, Barry. It was your presence. Whoops. Yeah, we're getting there, Barry. We're definitely getting there. Arvin saw a baby's bottle, but just for an instant. Arvin's Soundstone recorded the melody of Magnet Hill. There's a carrot key. Carrot key? What the hell is a carrot key? Everything is maxed. I love it. Special type of bunny's favorite carrot. Alright, so let's see what we got now when we put this all together. Oh, they're localizing Trails in the Sky 3rd? Nice, Bray. Alright, here we go. Soundstone. Here it is, people. Here's what we got. Nice. Yeah, PP. PP. So now that I did that, now that I got this thing, can't I go back to the Scaraba or whatever? Now that I've done this? Can I go to Scaraba or whatever the case may be? And also, what does teleport beta do? What does teleport beta do? Does anyone know what it does? What teleport beta does? Anybody, anybody, anybody? Oh, okay. I mean, I cannot teleport now. Screw off. Do what I want. Oh, that's right. They all run for me now. I forgot that. They all run for me. That'll make it a little easier to get out. Yeah, that's alright. That's annoying. Oh well. Not a big deal though because they're all running from me now, so that's a lot easier than it would have been otherwise. Oh god. Lets you teleport to the Betazoid planet. Betazoid! Yeah, nice. So the only thing I can think of to do now is to go back to Scaraba, whatever the place is. Because I got 5 of them, and that's the next place. That's the only thing I can think of where to go next. Dalam? Oh, god damn it. You're supposed to run from me. I do not recall any places that I could use the carrot key, no. Where is Where is Dalam, though? Is Dalam the place that you go to before you get to Solo? What a... Hey! Woo! Wow. That one hit point, though. Man. Levels now 40, offense 2, defense 2, speed 2, guts 2, IQ 2, luck 1, hit points 3. Wow. That was very, very close. Night, Dragon. Don't forget to vote for my next game. Nolf 2, yeah. That's the exit. I love how they're taken off guard, but somehow I still have to dodge them. Chris is starting to do some okay damage now. I think his level's high enough that he's starting to get some work done. Starting to get that work done. Yeah. Sunny's level's 39, speed 1, guts 1, IQ 1, hit points 3, PP 2, level 31 for Chris, offense 1, defense 1, speed 1, guts 1, vitality 1, hit points 12, PP 1. Good. A vote for Dolph 2 is a vote for Drumpf. Wow. Shots fired. Please come back again to study because I don't like being alone. Do I have any favorite enemy actions? I'm not sure I know what you mean, Barry. Oh, is in terms of like attack? Like, or things that they do? Yeah, knitting their brow. I see what you're saying. Yeah, knitting their brow is pretty funny. Alright, we're gonna save at the hotel. Alright, my son, you're a hero. Wow. All of a sudden, Dad just dropping the coin. Okay. Now we can teleport. Yeah, you know, I took care of... Hey, listen, I took care of that guy, so... Dalam. Oh, it's a guy. Pictures taken instantaneously. I am a photographic genius, if I do say so myself. Okay, get ready for an instant memory. Look at the camera. Ready? Say fuzzy pickles. Wow, what a great photograph. It will always bring back the fondest of memories. Whoop. What's the difference between existing and exiting? Nothing? Was that who that was that jumped on the stage when she was performing? Was him? That's funny. Prince Chris, you're my favorite. Okay, I've already heard all these things. Oh, I bet I know where I can go is where those mice were. It's my boy again. Pictures taken once again instantaneously. I'm a photographic genius, if I do say so myself. Okay, get ready for an instant memory. Look at the camera. Ready? Say fuzzy pickles. I've had so many of these done. Wow, what a great photograph. It'll always bring back the fondest of memories. A future battle will be considerably more dangerous than you expect. Don't be careless. Oh, nice. Did I rest? Oh, nice. Awesome. Oh, and I can save here. I forgot about that. I can save with this dude. Okay, it looks like a phone. 35 for 385, 34 for 654, 36 for 389. Alright, so that cave that I couldn't get into when it was just Chris. Let me see if I can get in there now. Yeah, I don't know, Garrett. The whole thing is a little bizarre. I don't fully understand what's going on with it, to be honest with you. I don't know what to say about it. The magic of fuzzy pickles. They'll have the fondest of memories. Yep. Oh, these are the guys who want the carrots. So to use the carrot key. How strange, the rabbits and carrots disappeared all at once. There we go. You encounter the Tengu. Turned into the Tengu. Drop the fly honey. But I thought the fly honey was going to be useful at a later point. I do still have the Franklin badge. Whoa, this is trippy. Trippy, trippy. Okay, that's good to know. Man, freaking owning face with that freeze. 3680 each. Okay. It's not technically not needed again, but okay. Cool. All right. Let's take a look at our status, shall we? 75, 142, 203. I don't really need that thing, actually. Interesting. This maze stuff, man. Oh yeah? To present. There's a snake. Wait. Oh. What? Man. Exactly. What the hell is that? Am I fighting, like, the Rolling Stones album covers? What the hell is that in the back? The Kiss of Death. That sounds terrifying. They're fighting Rolling Stones album covers, Earthbound in a nutshell. This level's 32. Oh baby, offense by 7. Oh baby, defense by 5. IQ 2, hit points 3. PP went up by 7. All right, let's throw story on the whole business. Rear lips. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, I pretty much don't ever want to know what that kiss of death is. It just sounds bad. There we go. There are a lot of these things up here. This thing dead. Alright, good. There's worse enemies out there than the kiss of death. Probably true. Levels 40. We be offense by 3, defense 1, speed 1. Oh, baby. Guts 3, vitality 1, IQ 2, luck went up by 2, hit points went up by 8. SMP went up by 10. Realize the power of offense up. That's gamma, maybe? Alright, so this is the second level. So I don't want to go down there. That's a buff for the party? Okay, that's pretty cool, actually. Rock candy inside, alright. The devil is that? It's like an electroskeleton. Electroskeleton. Conducting menace. Did not work on the Tengu, huh? Worked on that Tengu. Okay. This is level now is 33. Speed went up by 1. Hit points went up by 3. Hit went up by 2. Realize the power of Psi Freeze something or other. Ah! We found him. Alright, alright. Here we go. Let's see. Let's check our status. The Psi situation is not bad. 150 out of 150. 203 to 203. Okay, so he needs to get a little bit of healing. Let's get a little bit of healing. I mean, not healing. Life up, rather. And let's go. Alright, let's do it. You finally got here. No, I was not. This is the 6th Your Sanctuary location, but it's mine now. Take it from me if you dare. Huh. Hey, you don't stop. And you don't stop. Let's see. freeze. 111 defense, 170, vulnerable to flash. Okay. I'm down with that. Let's see. So let's hit you with freeze. Let's hit you with a regular shoot, and let's hit you also with freeze. The body solidifying thing is really useful on that freeze, because it procs quite a bit. Okay. Let's see. Actually, no. Let's just have you bash, because your offense is up already. Let's have you do freeze. Let's have... Damn it. Alright. Didn't realize I was that low on points. It's probably not gonna work, so just have him shoot. Alright, you have enough points to do it, though. Freeze B. Let's do it. Ow, that hurt a lot. Let's see. Okay. I know, I didn't realize. Yeah. That is true. I will admit that is the case. Got poison, nice. Yeah! Yeah, baby! Booyah! 32, 257 each. Arvin's levels 48. Oh, baby. Offense 4, defense 2, speed 2. Guts 3, vitality 2. Luck went up by 1. Sweet. Max mid points went up by 30. PP went up by 1. Senny's levels 41. Speed 1. Max mid points 1. PP 2. Thoric's levels 41. Vitality 1. Max mid points 7. Chris's levels 34. Offense 1. Defense 1. Hit points 2. PP 2. Chris's level 35. Offense 1. Defense 2. Speed went up by 1. Guts went up by 1. Vitality went up by 1. Hit points went up by 7. Nice. Ooh. Psychedelic. Arvin had a short vision of seeing his mother when she was young. Oh, cool. And we got the baby bottle before, so it's like he's being reborn. Recorded the melody of the pink cloud. Look at those points going back up. Alright, good night, Mano. Yeah, I got a little bit, I got another 15, 20 minutes in me, I think. Alright, let's use it. Let's see what we got. Here's where it sounds like now, people. Getting there. Definitely getting there. I feel like the next place to go, although I probably won't be able to do it here, will I? Probably not going to let me do it, but I would love to be able to teleport to... I could use the exit mouse, I guess, to get out, but it may not matter if they run from me. Are you going to run for me? You are going to run for me, nice. Ooh, hey, present. Bracer of Kings, what? That sounds badass. Alright, first of all. And there it is. I was going to say, I bet I want to find the Bracer of Kings. I'm going to guess that's what I wanted to find. It sure sounds like something I'd want to find. Really? Okay, so maybe actually wait, you know what? I wonder if that's for Chris. Let's find out if she can use this. No. 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 Yeah, but all it usually... Okay, well, I'll do that, but every time I've done that in the past, all it said is, like, this is something you can equip, which I already know. Oh, to be equipped on Chris's arm. Okay. I is dumb. I should have realized it would also give a description of, like, who it could actually go to, so there's that also. Nice. Awesome. Alright, well that's cool. This was a productive little dungeon. Productive little dungeon. Oh wow, I was like way down in the pit. Nice. Made it out. Alright, so let me go save it first. This is kind of like a small little world here, relatively speaking. Yeah, to think that fight would have been even, because it only really got one attack off on me. So it would have been even more effective if I hadn't used all the gamma freezes. Alright, let's talk to Mom. I know, exactly, yeah. Alright. Alright, I also want to try to drop some of this stuff off. Let's see. Actually, nah, I'm alright for right now. Because I got 4 people, so that will help. Considerably with the goods creep. Alright, now. Teleport beta. I'm hoping that now I'm going to be able to get into that pyramid. That's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping I can now get into the pyramid. My dad at this point is probably like, look, son, I've given you like $100,000 through your ATM so far. I'm here to pick up the phone every time to record information. Like, just let's try to spread it out a little bit. So maybe I don't have what I need here yet. Well, actually, I should do now that I got the hint from the other guy. Wait, what now? Let me see. No treasure from the Lam. No, I'm gonna go to the hint guy, Barry. Dread Scorpion. Okay. Alright, and I think it's Healing B, Cures Sunstroke, I believe. Healing Beta, I mean. Should go to the second floor of the Scaraba Cultural Museum in Summers. Sure be lucky. Oh, so I have to go to Summers, huh? Summers. Yeah, I know. I'm all grown up, right, Barry? I'm all grown up. Okay. No. Wasn't trying to go here. Damn it. Alright, well, let me fix any... Apparently not. I know it. That deserved it so bad. Alright, let's do it. Okay, here we are. Let's save it. Oh, healing alpha's enough for Sunstroke? Oh, cool, yeah. Alright, let's save it here. Dad, coming through the coin. I feel like my dad's a mafia boss, right? He's gotta be a mafia boss. Actually, I wonder if my dad's Gigius. My dad, I think, is actually Gigius. I think that makes a lot more sense. He's clearly Gigius. That's... I don't just ain't question about it. That. He was an alien all along. Come back here. What a twist! Okay. So now, museum time. If I can remember where the hell the museum is. I think... it's the restaurant. No way, bro. It's a Stoic Club over there. We don't want that. Oh, I wonder if it's all the way to the left, actually. It might be all the way to the left. Yeah, that's true, Barry. I don't remember if it's all the way to the left, though. I don't remember if it's all the way to the left. No, it's not. Huzzah! Nice. Sometimes I'm not entirely sure about why they where they choose to put things. I'll save it here because I'm going up here. What they twist! Yeah, if anyone is new to the stream, by the way, welcome in. I hope you are enjoying what you're seeing and hearing. My name is Arvin Eleron. Had a really awesome conversation earlier tonight with a bunch of folks about the Torment Tides of Numenor game, about world building and writing and stuff like that. And now I'm just wrapping up the night with day 6 of Earthbound. I'm in the home stretch of this game. When this game is done, we're going to be moving on to Tomb Raider 2013 reboot. When I'm finished with that, probably Sword Coast Legends after that, and then we will see what things look like down the line. But that's what we've got sort of geared up over the next few games. Also, this coming Saturday, Saturday the 12th, is going to be the continuation of the Dungeons & Dragons campaign, The Hoard of the Dragon Queen with the Infinity and Beyond crew. All the guys are very excited, and I am too. Next Tuesday is going to be a special day because it is a marathon session for me. I'm going to be playing during the day, starting in the morning actually, about 11:30 a.m. And I'm going to be marathoning up some Legend of Zelda up until the time that my Pen and Pixel show starts. Then I'm going to be doing that, which will be Wasteland 2. But in the morning, as I'm doing my marathon session, that's Legend of Zelda Second Quest. Hopefully I can get that wrapped up so that next game up will be Adventure of Link after that, in my marathon sessions, that is. And then Wasteland 2. And then next Thursday, so a week from tonight, is going to be the Our Vocalists' return to play, to hopefully do the almost, not quite, I'm not going to say it's the final session, but closing in on the final session, voicing over Earthbound. So that's what we're looking at. And if you guys like what you heard about that, please make sure to follow the stream. Please check out the Steam group. Please check out the YouTube. And please support that above, that Patreon, because I really want to be able to get that back to the 450 level. We can give the Our Vocalists a raise. And at the $500 level, it's wizardry time. So if you have not already done so, please consider supporting the Patreon if you can. It'd be much appreciated. You can get some cool things, and it'll get some cool things for the channel as well. All right. Give me that gem. You're such a good student. I'm impressed by your passion for learning. Come in. Oh, nice! Hieroglyph time? Excellent. Do you feel like you're really experiencing this great historical period? The experience more valuable than a small gem. The other day, a rich kid came to Summers by helicopter. He also took a picture of the hieroglyphs. I got lots of money from him. Am I fighting sarcophagi? Passion for learning. I don't want to overuse these, but since I don't know what the hell this is. I bet this thing is actually really effective with fire, right? Oh. Wow, level 49, hit points 2. Realize the power of Psy's story, whatever that is. Levels 42, hit points 2. Chris is level 36. Oh baby, offense 5. Oh baby, defense 3. Speed 2. Guts 1. Vitality 1. IQ 2. Luck 2. Max hit points 15. PP went up by 6. Power of healing. Wow. Let's see what it does. Okay. Actually wasn't quite as much as I thought it would be. Nice. Enemy left a present. Inside the present there was a mummy wrap. Sending levels 42, offense 1, hit points 3, PP 1. Okay, what is the mummy wrap? I assume the mummy wrap isn't like, yo, I'm the real OG and the sarcophagi, you know what? assuming that's not what they mean by mummy rap. I came for the music. What's up, Bard Jerome? And good music as well. Used as a whip during battle, the enemy will take some damage to stop moving for a while. Gone after one use. Christopher the Hieroglyphs. To fight against the invaders, we built this pyramid fortress. However, our efforts were futile and we lost. Nonetheless, our pyramid is protected by the gods of Scaraba. The invaders will be reborn every millennium and will attack again. Even now, the invaders hide beyond space and time and build their evil stronghold. In before, what you hear is, "We are your salvation through destruction." I see that coming. A place out of time is beyond the dark and is even farther beyond the lost underworld. The deep darkness is shrouded. It is without light. Only one with a hawk eye can pierce the dark. The Sphinx now watches over everything, waiting for the coming of a truly brave hero. 4325. Oh. I'm gonna write that down. I don't entirely know what that means, because I don't know how they're oriented, but, well. Dance in front of the Sphinx. Okay. Arvin, let's go to Scaraba. The pyramid is the key. Yes. Thank you, Chris. I was way ahead of you. Alright. Love it. Here's a picture of the hieroglyphs just for you. It's a reward for studying so hard. Oh, nice. Use it in your human civilization class. Yeah, I know. I was ready, though. You saw that, Barry? I was ready. I was geared up, see? I was geared up and ready to go. I had it. I had that thing chambered and ready. I was prepared. All right. Is your delay like 10 minutes, Thorg? The helicopter with the pokey thing happened a while ago. Deposited more money. So much money. Alright, let's go to Scaraba and see if we can do that. Should be a good spot. Oh, did he? Oh, he did it again. Okay. Sorry then. I thought you were talking about the first time he talked. I didn't even notice the last time. I love teleports. Fast travel, man. It's not every day you're eventually say the world's fooled by Yakuza money. I'm telling you, man, that guy is mafia. That guy is Goodfellas right there. I'm telling you right now. Guy is Goodfellas. That guy is Goodfellas. Okay, let's save it. I'm telling you, man, in every single game, in every role-playing game that I've ever played, there are two things that I love. I like open-world role-playing games. I shouldn't say that. It's not open world, but basically areas where you've got to go backtrack to locations. There's two things in the world that I want above all other things. It's not weapons. It's not armor. It's not, you know, magic. What I want is the ability to teleport and the ability to, completely left me because I was so excited by the teleport. Oh, and inventory. I want to be able to have things where I can just increase the number of stuff I can carry. I want inventory management and I want teleporting. I'm telling you right now. That's what I want. That, and I want to get rid of all escort missions and sewer levels in games. If you guys could do that. Escort missions. Oh, and also respawning enemies. I see the heat stroke. Okay. Where are we at here? Okay, I was just curious. And the rat killing, enough of the rat killing. Okay. So let's see. So we've got 4, 3, 2, 5. So it goes. So 4, 3, 2. Are you a thief? A warrior? Or one who has come to see my majesty? You must decide what you really are. Therefore, what will you do? Okay, 4. Wait a second. Oh. God damn it. Get away, bird! Stupid great crested jackass. Get out of my way. Yeah, I think I got it, Bard. Get the hell out of the way. Just gonna have to reset the whole damn thing. That sounds impressive. Warriors enter now. Search for the Hawkeye. Yeah! Wow. Creepy. Guardian Hieroglyph. What? Oh, is this is a decent sized dungeon, is it really? Okay. Alright, that's good to know actually then, Barry. Actually, is there a save point in here somewhere? It's alright. Is there a save point somewhere in here or not? There isn't. There's a Viper inside. There isn't, huh? Alright, well then yeah, in that case you're right. This is a decent sized dungeon then. Yeah, no, that's a good call. Because I don't want to take... I really was planning to stop in about 5 to 10 minutes, so... That means this is good timing. Okay, here we go. And then we're going to save it. Okay. You know what, too? Give that your first RPG. Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's cool. No, I dig it, man. It's been fun. Let's see. So, I want you to buy a couple of... bottle rockets. Because these are epically good. Original Dragon Warrior. I played and won Dragon Warrior many years ago. That game, though, is Terma. Unless you're going to speedrun it, that game is not a great game to stream. That game is so grindy that it's a little bit hard to deal with, I got to be honest with you. I mean, I enjoyed it at the time, for sure, but... Oh my god, was it grindy. But man, that music though. It's much less grindy than the NES one, is it really? Alright. Dragon Quest V. Thank you for the follow, Luana Casado. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Arvanauts. Okay. Lovely. Hello, me. Lovely. All right. Oops. Sorry about that, guys. Just give me a second. I had to, because of the way that this was all set up, I had to go direct from this into my webcam. Normally I would not be doing that, but so yes, so hi everybody. So thanks guys, this was a good time. Good stream tonight. I feel like it was a lot of fun. We got some really good conversation in about Torment, and then got some Earthbound playthrough, and I feel like I've got to be heading to the home stretch of Earthbound, which is cool only because although I'm enjoying it, I'm also looking forward to the other games afterwards, so I am looking forward to that. Should be good times. Okay, just a couple of reminders, you guys. Once again, you know how to support the stream. Please consider following the stream if you haven't done so already. I thank you for all the follows tonight. Please go to the Steam group as well, !Steam group, where you can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. Please go to my YouTube channel, !ArvTube, where you can see past broadcasts of the stream. And last of all, that thing, !ArvTreon. If you would normally be subbing to me, this is the place to do it. You can get a lot of cool things in the Patreon. You can get critiques of your writing at a higher level. At the $10 level, you get an epic poem written about you. You actually get at the, I think it's the $25 level, you can get one of my band's albums signed and shipped to you. You can also get, at a higher level than that, you can get your own custom bot command. So there's lots of cool things that you can do. And of course, the more that we move up the channel's Patreon, the easier it'll be to sort of move towards partnership. Once we hit 450, we'll be able to give the R vocalist, my voiceover team, a raise. And at the $500 level, we're looking at Wizardry that I'd be playing. So if you guys want me to see me play some Wizardry and really suffer, that's the thing to do. Let's see if we can get that up to the $500 level. Again, that's !ArvTreon. Supporting that would be very, very helpful. Again, never an obligation, but always very much appreciated. Okay. With that said, oh, and by the way, all of that can be found that way. That's the way that you can find all of that stuff. All right, so we're going to do our giveaway, folks, which we usually do in this stream. And I'm going to have a chance to give away a few games to you guys. Choice of a few games, I should say. Choice number one comes to you courtesy of, let's make it courtesy of Wolfboy1988. Choice number one of games tonight is going to be Abyss Odyssey. So choice number one from Abyss Odyssey. Yeah, no PBS tote bag, no. Although that's a good idea, Term. I should totally do that. In that case, I'd have to have you contribute to the Patreon at like $500, and then you get a tote bag. That's typically the way it works for PBS, right? Okay, so choice number 1 from Wolfboy 1988 is Abyss Odyssey. That's choice number 1. Choice number 2 from JRab is Knights of the Old Republic. He actually just sent that to me. So from JRab, Knights of the Old Republic is choice number 2. And choice number 3 from Scriptlet is Sniper Ghost Warrior 2. So again, your 3 choices are going to be from Wolfboy 1988, Abyss Odyssey, from JRab, Knights of the Old Republic, and from Scriptlet, Sniper Ghost Warrior 2. Those are your 3 choices. And the giveaway word for tonight is going to be, let's see. Let's do that in honor of our guests from earlier tonight. Numenera. If you are interested in winning one of those 3 games, please type in the word Numenera right now. And while you guys do that, I'm going to look and see who we're going to be rating. So Numenera, if you guys are interested. 3 choices again. Sure, Shatter. 3 choices again are... 3 choices again are from Wolfboy, Abyss Odyssey. Choice number 2 from JRab is Knights of the Old Republic. And choice number 3 from Scriptlet is Sniper Ghost Warrior 2. So Abyss Odyssey, Knights of the Old Republic, and Sniper Ghost Warrior 2. Those are the 3 choices. All right. Well, right now, so that's all I got. Just Barry? You guys are just going to give the giveaway to Barry? Barry just wins by default? I mean, I like Barry, you know, but in the interest of competition. Yes, those are your choices, folks. Wow. Right now, Barry Lock's got it all sewn up. You already have all those games? It is. I mean, this is totally rigged. It's a totally rigged competition right now. He's got 100% chance to win. Straight up. That's what that's about. All right, this is the last call. Last call. We've had some small giveaways. We've had some big giveaways. We've had giveaways where lots of people entered. We've had giveaways where not a few are, but I think this is going to be a first where we only had one person enter the giveaway. This is what happens because I do a giveaway after every stream, so eventually everybody just owns every single game. So that's what it is. All right. Here we go then. Congratulations, Barry. A stunning victory. Absolute stunning victory. It is rigged, hacked, yeah. Yeah. Totally rigged and hacked. So which one of the other two would you like? Is it going to be We're definitely rigged. Is it going to be my first RPG, Fuzzy Pickles? I know, it was a stunning moment. Oh god. So what's it going to be, man? Which one of those two that you do not own would you like? Is it going to be Abyss Odyssey or is it going to be Sniper? All right, Abyss Odyssey. All right. Sounds like a plan. Now, this is a Humble Bundle code, so as I always warn people, please let me know if it works or not. It should work, but just please let me know about it because... Okay. All right. All right, and let's see this. All right, and Barry, it is on its way to you. Congratulations. And many thanks, as always, to Wolfboy for the assist. Okay. There we go. Lovely. Harvard's like, nah. So here we go. Again, as Shatter has just showed you, that is the raid signal. The Arvanauts have landed, followed by Volcania, capital Volcania. But the key is not to do this until you hear my audio outro. Okay, so please make sure to wait until you hear my audio outro. And then once that happens, you can go to the place I'm about to link you to and let that rain down like a mighty stream. That's it for me. I'll be back at you guys Saturday evening with, again, the continuation of the Horde of the Dragon Queen campaign. The D&D folks are going to be at it, and I'm looking forward to having the Infinity Beyond crew as we continue our campaign. So please make sure to stop by. And then, of course, next week, Tuesday, my marathon session of Legend of Zelda Second Quest, and then Wasteland 2 for Pen and Pixels over the GOG.com Twitch channel. And then Thursday of next week, 1 week from today, the R Vocalists will return to continue my playthrough of Earthbound. So that's what we've got going on over the next couple of weeks. If you like what you saw and heard, or the next week, I should say. If you like what you saw and heard, please make sure to follow the stream. Please make sure to check out the YouTube, the Steam group, and please make sure to support this. The more that we can put into that, the better the channel can be, the more I can put into getting more guests on, improving casting equipment, and all that kind of good stuff. So please, if you can, support the Patreon. It is a big help. That's going to be it for me, and we are going to go. No, again, do not go here until you hear my audio outro. We are going to go... We're going to go over to our friend Kilgore Trout, who is right now playing a game called Hex, which I think I actually remember. I believe I've heard of Hex before. I think I may have played it at one time a long time ago. But anyway, Kilgore's got a few people in there, so he's going to get some more now. So let's go over and give Kilgore some love. Again, once you hear my audio outro, that will be good times. Thank you all so much for making this an awesome stream. Thank you to Backburner, Dragonspear, Shattermage, Thorg, my wonderful mods. Thank you to my viewers, Acclimative. Thank you to Bard Jerome. Thank you to Brad. I know Brad. A member of the Speculate crew. Thank you to Biomex. Thank you to Edgy Koala, Garrett, Giltonum. Thank you to Hados, who I'm not sure if I've seen you in here before, Hados, but welcome in. Thank you to Hero Bizkit. Thank you to Jedi Knight, Kanumi, Lone Singer, Mano, PKD Fan, Poltergeist Zero, Roik, Stolpin, The Grows, Uncle Elias, and of course, Rogan. Thanks, guys. Great time tonight. Love you all. You're the best viewers on Twitch, and I'll catch all of you on Saturday. Until then, be good to each other, and I'll catch you in a couple of days. Have a good night.
What do you remember when the world was fresh and new? When it all seemed clear to you? When your aim was straight and true? Were your mind untroubled by the questions in the dark? Content to play your part? Or open pathways to your heart. Your life untainted by a host of broken dreams. When all your acts were queens, understood all that it means. Could you have understood the way your life was bound? Did you ever wonder how you got from there to now? Oh yes, you're gonna fly away from here, where the sky grows more clear, and your problems disappear, drift away down below. Watch them go down to your friends, where the trouble never ends, and there's always just one more day left to go. Go on and search now through your pile of broken lies, and your set of fake goodbyes, another cynical disguise. When will they catch you? All those little things you said, will it turn around instead? Blame the voices in your head. With all your subtle language, try and turn your life around. If your center gets unwound, you do your best to slow things down. And if you feel things that you never felt before, things that shook you to your core, a shattered truth you can ignore. Oh yes, you're gonna fly away from here, where the sky grows more clear, and your problems disappear, drift away down below. Watch them go down to your friends, where the trouble never ends, and there's always just one more day left to go. And when you've struggled and you keep on falling back, 'cause it's confidence you lack, you try and take a different tack. You can turn and face your demons, or you can give yourself a break. You can go a new direction, life is only what you make. When it comes to your own vision, when you got to